1973, Congress quietly established something I call a secret trust for the American people. And for more than a century, this fund has quietly grown, untouched, into a $150 trillion fortune. That's enough to pay off our entire national debt 4 times over. If you divided it by the number of households in the U.S., it would be enough to turn every American family into a millionaire. Now, this trust should have enriched generations of Americans. That was its intended purpose. Instead, for more than a century, it's remained sealed off from the public. But that's all about to change. Thanks to President Trump. You see, for the first time in more than 40 years, the president has the authority to release this secret trust. It's all thanks to a 2024 Supreme Court ruling. That ruling had paved the way for President Trump to unleash this $150 trillion wealth reserve, and he has clearly stated his intentions to do so. Look, if you understand what's coming next, and you take the proper steps today, you could watch your net worth soar in the coming years.
And the thing is that Jim Rickett is not wrong, because the USDebtClock.org has been telling us that all of this was going to take place, right? They said that we have all of this hidden wealth, from the tapping into precious metals, the mineral reserves, right? Real estate, land, stock market, all the recaptured assets, right? All of the hidden wealth, the $170 trillion in hidden wealth that's hidden from us, we the people, right? And we are going to be entitled to all of that back. Okay, shout out to the Black Swan Capitalists for posting this video, but everybody already knows, and everybody that have been ready and positioned for what is about to come, we know what we hold. Let's go.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically secret oaths and a secret receivers. We decided long ago that certain facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it.
There ain't no grave can hold my body down. There ain't no grave can hold my body down. When I hear that trumpet sound, I'm gonna rise right out of the ground. Ain't no grave can hold my body down. Well, look way down the river, and what do you think I see? I see a band of angels, and they're coming after me. Ain't no grave can hold my body down. There ain't no grave can hold my body down. Well, look down yonder, Gabriel. Put your feet on the land and see. But Gabriel, don't you blow your trumpet till you hear from me. There ain't no grave can hold my body down. Ain't no grave can hold my body down. Well, meet me, Jesus, meet me. Meet me in the middle of the air. And if these wings don't fail me, I will meet you anywhere. Ain't no grave can hold my body down. There ain't no grave can hold my body down. Well, meet me, mother and father. Meet me down the river road. And mama, you know that I'll be there when I check in my load. Ain't no grave can hold my body down. There ain't no grave can hold my body down. There ain't no grave can hold my body down.
April 25th. Alice Day. A call to awareness and action. We are anonymous. Each day, in countless corners of the world, darkness persists. It takes the form of exploitation, harm, and unimaginable cruelty toward children. Pedophiles, traffickers, and those who create or distribute child pornography operate in shadows, disguising their vile actions behind everyday routines. But during Alice Day, on April 25th, and in the days surrounding it, their activities intensified, their networks embolden, and their victims multiply. Today, we rise to bring these shadows into the light. Today, we say, no more. To every parent, teacher, and caregiver, the time to act is now. Educate your children about safety. Teach them that their voice matters and that no fear should ever keep them silent. Show them how to navigate a world where predators may lurk behind a keyboard or even a familiar face. To our communities, be the vigilant eyes and unwavering hearts that protect the most vulnerable among us. Trafficking and abuse thrive when people turn a blind eye. Look deeper. Speak louder. Every report, every intervention, every refusal to ignore makes a difference. To those who exploit children, who trade their innocence, who profit from their pain, your time is over. You cannot continue. Justice is coming for you. It does not forgive. It does not forget. Alice Day is no longer your day. It is a day of awareness, strength, and protection, a day to rise together against the tides of cruelty. This is a day to dismantle your networks, expose your crimes, and save those you harmed daily. What can you do today? Share knowledge. Help others understand the signs of abuse and exploitation. Support organizations that protect children and combat trafficking. Report suspicious activity to law enforcement. Silence only empowers predators. Teach your children to recognize unsafe situations and empower them to speak up. To the world. This is a fight we all share. Together, we can make every corner of society safe for children. Together, we can end exploitation. Justice begins with us. We are the light that reveals the hidden. We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
The Fourth Revolution, theorized by Klaus Schwab and the family of international finance, find in Bergoglio not a neutral spectator, which would itself already be an unheard of thing, but actually a zealous cooperator who abuses his own moral authority in order to support ad extra, outside the church, the project of the dissolution of traditional society. While ad intra, within the church, he pursues the project of the demolition of the church in order to replace her with a philanthropic organization of Masonic inspiration. And it is scandalous. This applies to both, to civil and ecclesiastical world, confirming the pactum sceleri, the criminal conspiracy between the deep state and the deep church. It seems to me that in this conspiracy the role of the Jesuit has been decisive. It is no coincidence that, for the first time in history, a religious of the Society of Jesus is seated on the throne of Peter.
easy to get by. I must have lost my mind. I broke it through your blind. I got you on your knees and now I'll take whatever's mine. The suffrage to your crown, the chips are here about. We put it to your ears and we will have you on a solid ground. We're gonna bring it to your house. So get up down and hit the ground. It's home invasion, baby. 1, 2, 3, just hit. Hey yo, it's Mr. Chuck. You know I bring it fresh. We came to tear it up. Homie, we hot to death until I lose my breath. I'm gonna feed it to ya. Hey dude, it's not a threat. You just ain't heard a shit. All in your back door. Been a week since we ate. I got a city for sale. You wanna buy a crate? If you don't, it's alright. I got a plan for the next round. Make the monkey sound till we put you on the solid ground. We gonna bring it to your house. So get up down and hit the ground. It's home invasion, baby. 1, 2, 3, just hit the ground. We gonna bring it to your house. So get up down and hit the ground. It's home invasion, baby. 1, 2, 3, just hit the ground.
You know, what a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. Won't give back their Pulitzers. They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies. Pulitzers for a bunch of lies and on hoaxes time and time and time again. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter. So I'm happy to be here at the Easter egg roll with my dad and my kids, because, you know, this is what we're doing it for. These kids right here. This is why we're fighting the fake news media. This is why we're fighting slash and burn Democrats. This is why we're fighting hoaxsters. This group, no, this group right here, full of hoaxsters that peddle anonymous sources from leakers with axes to grind, and then you put it all together as if it's some news story. And when we know it, we know exactly what it is. So I'm really proud of what we're doing for the president, fighting hard across the board, and I'm going to go roll some Easter eggs with my kids. Thank you very much.
I mean, I hear they're doing that whole thing again. Here we go again. Just a waste of time. He is doing a great job.
Why do you still have confidence?
Because he's doing a great job. Thanks,
Even if he's sharing
Ask the Hooties how he's doing. Ask the Hooties how much dysfunction there's none. Pete's doing a great job. Everybody's happy with him. We have the highest recruitment numbers I think they've had in 28 years. No, he's doing a great job. It's just fake news. They just bring up stories. I guess it sounds like disgruntled employees. You know, he was put there to get rid of a lot of bad people, and that's what he's doing. So you don't always have friends when you do that.
We'll play the video and we'll scroll the article.
Hello. So good to see you. God bless you. Good morning. How are you?
Find yourself. Happy Easter.
Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter to you, Father. Wonderful. I know you've not been feeling great, but it's good to see you in better health.
Thank you very much for your visit.
Of course. And thank you for seeing me. Pray for you every day. God bless you.
Io prego per lei ogni giorno, che Dio la benedica. Grazie.
Happy Easter.
Oh, he doesn't look so great, man.
JD showing up with a cute colored tie, basically saying adios to the Pope is what I'm seeing. But let's give the article a read here, because you and I had hit when that movie came out, Conclave, and we played that back and forth, and you did that Substack on it, and it was pretty interesting that particular phrase is now being used. We should scroll your sub maybe on Tuesday about this if this keeps down this path here.
Yeah, I think it's about that time. And it's from the New York Post. Real world conclave inside the Pope Francis secession drama. Pope Francis is reportedly on the mend after a case of double pneumonia landed the 88-year-old pontiff in a Rome hospital for over a month, and doctors warned that he might not make it. But he remains frail and could not lead Easter services, instead leaving the honors to several cardinals. He hasn't fully healed yet, Dr. Sergio Alfieri, the head of the Pope's medical team, recently said. Amidst it all, it's almost certain that cardinals are already discussing Francis's potential successor and have top contenders in mind to avoid a lengthy conclave. And I'll leave it there because we should definitely go over that article of mine on Tuesday night, because I laid out basically all the contenders. And there's even a couple surprise, super conservative contenders that are higher up on the probability chart of becoming Pope than you would think.
Cool. Look forward to it.
Out in the desert, there's a soldier lying dead. Vultures pecking the eyes out of his head. Another day that could have been me there instead. Nobody loves me here. Nobody loves me here. Dad's gonna kill me. Dad's gonna kill me. You hit the booby trap and you're in pieces. With every bullet your risk increases. Old Alibaba is a different species. Nobody loves me here. Nobody loves me here. Dad's gonna kill me. Dad's gonna kill me. I'm dead meat to my Humvee Frankenstein. The roadblock somehow I never hit the mine. The dice are running like a lucky this time. And Dad's gonna kill me. Dad's gonna kill me. Got a wife, a kid, another on the way. I might get home if I can live through today. Before I came out here, I never used to pray. Nobody loves me here. Nobody loves me here. And Dad's gonna kill me. Well, Dad's in a bad mood. Dad's got the blues. It's someone else's mess that I didn't choose. At least we're winning on the Fox Evening News. Nobody loves me here. Nobody loves me here. Dad's gonna kill me. Dad's gonna kill me. Don't patrol without stranger cast a shadow across my heart? Who's that stranger? I dare speak his name. Must be old death a-walking, must be old death a-walking. Death's gonna kill me. 7 muzzle monkeys standing in a row, standing waiting for that sandbox to blow. Sitting targets in the Wild West show. Nobody loves me here, nobody loves me here. And Dad's gonna kill me. And Dad's gonna kill me. Another edge in his waist this week. Chop roll with his own Willie Pete. Lord's daddy can speak, double speak. And Dad's gonna kill me. And Dad's gonna kill me. Dad's gonna kill me.
Speaking of special, Easter is special, and it's one of our favorite days. It's one of our favorite periods of time. We're honoring Jesus Christ, and we're going to honor Jesus Christ very powerfully throughout our lives, all throughout our lives, not just now, all throughout our lives. We're bringing religion back in America. We're bringing a lot of things back, but religion is coming back to America. That's why you see the kind of numbers that you're seeing, the spirit and the kind of numbers that you're seeing. So we're going to come down and join you right now, but I just want to wish everybody once again, Happy Easter, and enjoy your lives. We're going to have a great 4 years. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Do you remember the bunny with Joe Biden? Remember? Do you remember when the bunny took Joe Biden out? He's not taking Trump out. Anyway. That was a beautiful moment when the bunny saved Joe Biden.
Lady, you know who she is? First Lady of the United States of America.
When I was a cowboy out on the western plains,
It's a long and a dusty road, a hot and a heavy load, and the folks that I meet ain't always kind. Some are bad, some are good, some have done the best they could, and some have tried to ease my troubled mind. And I can't help but wonder where I'm bound, where I'm bound. Can't help but wonder where I'm bound. I've been wandering through this land, just doing the best I can, trying to find what I was meant to do. And the people that I see look as worried as can be, and it looks like they are wandering too. And I can't help but wonder where I'm bound, where I'm bound. Can't help but wonder where I'm bound. Well, I had a little girl one time. She had lips like sherry wine, and she loved me till my head went plumb insane. But I was too blind to see she was drifting away from me, and my good gal went off on the morning train. And I can't help but wonder where I'm bound, where I'm bound. Can't help but wonder where I'm bound. If you see me passing by, and you sit and you wonder why, and you wish that you were rambling too, nail your shoes to the kitchen floor, lace them up and bar the door. Thank your stars for the roof that's over you. And I can't help but wonder where I'm bound, where I'm bound. Can't help but wonder where I'm bound. I can't help but wonder where I'm bound, where I'm bound. Can't help but wonder where I'm bound.
The most important thing people need to realize is that the next 40 years are going to be nothing like the last 40. The people that are in La La Land, they'll find that out. Nothing could be further from the truth. It was going to be hell on earth. Well, guess what? Somebody said they were going to do something. And they're going to follow through with it. Because he said, there's a plot in this country to enslave every man, woman, and child. And before I leave this high and noble office, I intend to expose that plot. That was JFK. And right now, as crazy as it sounds, he's the president of the United States of America. You'll find out.
Is that Jesus? And I'm left here with the mic. Oh wow!
It's just such an exciting.
Well,
time,
I mean,
the whole
look
ship.
at the.
Got myself. Good to see you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, what if I told you you're alive during one of the greatest time periods in human history and you didn't even know it? And that there are great leaders alive right now that your ancestors will say, wow, you got to be there. You got to see them. You were alive during that time. Because it's true. And one of those great leaders is Trump. Because what Trump is doing is much greater than just being a president. He's returning power to the people, globally. Barely anybody knows what's really going on. It's an absolutely phenomenal time to be alive. Because the time of tyrants and power and corruption are over. The time of billionaires hoarding wealth and pulling strings to their advantage is over. Trump isn't in there just to be the president. He isn't in there to just make America great again. He's in there to clean up house and to implement new technology that will radically transform the world. Have you heard of Web3? Cryptocurrencies? Smart contracts? The blockchain? I know it's all confusing right now, but basically it's the next level of the internet. A faster, more secure internet. An internet that is not owned or controlled by anybody in a power position. You see, Trump's a winner. He's not a politician. He's an entrepreneur. He knows how to fix problems, and when somebody says there's a piece of technology that can make our world faster and more efficient, people like him say yes. But dirty, rotten scoundrel politicians, or people with too much money and power who do dirty things like drug dealing and people trafficking, didn't want this technology to emerge. Throughout history, it's always been the struggle of the ultra-wealthy individuals and the poor individuals. And they've been pulling levers to make the power go in their favor. They hoard more and more wealth, more power in their favor. And it got to a very dangerous tipping point. And we knew it would happen. But we've had our red dots on these guys for a very long time. And it had to be done the right way. We couldn't give power back to the people until we were ready. Because power back to the people included forms of new technology. You see, we had to implement social media. We had to get the people talking, collaborating, building together. And we're doing that. We think it's just a fun game. It's much greater than that. We're sharing information. We're telling each other the truth. And the people, the wealthy elite that are in power, that have lots of money, never wanted us talking. They wanted us looking at the TV that they owned. The news stations, the television shows. They didn't want us sharing the truth. But it's too late! Because social media apps and videos and spreading information is spreading like wildfire. Pretty soon we'll be exchanging cryptocurrencies, a monetary system that they can't control. Nobody can control. Nobody can monopolize this new world that we're going into. Trump even said, I'm trying to make sure that monopolies don't happen. And several times, if you watched him live, he said, I'm returning power back to you. Now there's much more people involved in this, but he's a big part of it. And all of the people who created these new technologies. There's a reason why the people who created Bitcoin are nameless, because you don't create something that takes power away from very powerful governments like China. But these governments are going down, and they barely even saw it coming. Taking down bad guys wasn't easy, but we've slowly revealed them, and the people picked up on it, and we've talked, and we figured it out. Wealth and power is not where we're headed. It's not what we want for our world. We don't want ultra-wealthy people. We want an abundant world where people are thriving, where children aren't going hungry. We want technology that empowers us. Abraham Lincoln freed slavery, and Trump's doing something a little bit similar, because we've been slaves to jobs, having to constantly work, struggle, and barely live, barely survive. The new technology that's coming, including robotics and AI, will completely free us from having to work endless hours. It's not natural, it's not normal. And create systems of wealth and monetary systems that actually help the people. So you have to ask yourself, well, then why does everybody hate him so much? And I would ask you this, if you were going to return power to the people globally, do you think some people would be pissed off? And do you think those people with lots of money and power would go after you, would try to turn the people against you? Just a thought. You're alive during one of the greats, the great presidents of the world, the great leaders of the world. And this shift is global. We're literally removing power from them and flowing it back to the people just because we have new technology. We are revealing the inequalities in our world, and we're talking about it, and we're fixing it. We've never had a communication system like this before. Social media is just the beginning. You can't lie in the new world. You can't be shady in the new world. And you can't own and control everything. You can't hoard massive amounts of wealth. But trust, our lifestyle will be very abundant. And not very expensive. In fact, we're moving into a micro exchange economy. Cryptocurrencies that hold a lot of purchasing power but you don't need that much money to survive. Everything digital, fast, and secure. And we have Trump to thank for helping us move into this new world. So people like Trump who care about the people of the world, because people like Trump are winners. They believed in themselves, they got to the top the right way, and they know that if they can do it, then we can do it too, if we have the right tools, if we have a system that's fair, that empowers the people. And that's what Web3 does. This is just the beginning. Trump's already implementing an AI-structured government, a faster, efficient government with much less corruption. And the technologies are emerging. And slowly by surely, you'll see yourself living a more happier, abundant life. All because great leaders were alive during this time. And the light came through. Because in the end, it always does. The darkness is the lie, and it's only a matter of time before it's revealed to be completely false, to be a complete sham. Drugs, people trafficking, wars. Say bye-bye. We don't need it in a world that's fast and prosperous, where the people are talking and agreeing and coming to conclusions. We don't need war. We don't need poverty. We don't need sickness. There was always more than enough. But they never wanted us to know that. Because bad people of the world who don't believe in themselves only believe in power games. And Trump is not a power game person. He's a person who empowers the people. So who's ready to rock and roll? Because I don't know what you did to earn this ticket, but you must have done something good, because you're here during the greatest transition of power of all time. No more wealthy elite ever again, and a new abundant world for the people.
Welcome, Patriots, to Patriot News Broadcasting. I'm Jack, and it's good to see you guys again. Good to see you guys again. It's Monday again. Let's see what happened. Pope died. We'll move on. No, I'm kidding. We'll get into that at some point. A lot of stuff happened today. We're going to ask ourselves, is it time for this emergency alert system usage? Are we entering the 10 days of darkness? We're going to look at these things tonight, along with all kinds of other stuff. Interesting stuff. I thought it was interesting when Trump brought out the brown rabbit instead of the white rabbit. You know what I'm saying? You know, I also wanted to say I am extremely honored to be followed on X now by John Cena. You guys know who John Cena is? The WWE professional wrestler. Awesome guy. Really is. You know, he was kind of bullied and beat on and stuff when he was in elementary school. Then he asked his parents for some weights, a weight bench, when he was 12. I bet they're glad they bought that for him. He put that to good use, didn't he? But, you know, now he's just another guy trying to rise above hate and look for peace, and I'm totally down with that. Let's get into the stuff today. Happy Patriots Day for starters. Dun, 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 dun. Do you guys even know it was Patriots Day? Probably not, right? Somebody pointed this out. Prince / King Charles, whatever, was on something, talking about something for something, but they're pointing out how it really didn't look like him at all, and his face was rather poofy, unlike what I remember him looking like. So just wanted to share that little image there with you, see what you guys thought of it. I should have kept the video. I might have it all look. And so with people trying to decide if Trump's going to use the Insurrection Act or not, it's got people all hopped up about things, but there has been some really good messages leaning towards this that I have to say I was rather surprised about myself. Starting with these right here. This from Senator Chuck Grassley. Senator Chuck Grassley is wishing you and your loved ones a joyful and blessed Easter. The EAS and the TER in that fashion, it means something. Of course, EAS is the Emergency Alert System. TER is most commonly an abbreviation for Training Exercise Review, a process of evaluating and assessing the effectiveness of a training exercise. This Q post, of course, to remember, trust Grassley. And then our post about the alert system. National Public Warning System that requires radio, TV, and cable, wireless cable system, satellite, blah, 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 to address the American people within 10 minutes during a national emergency. They're stewards of this important public service in close partnership with state, local, tribal, and territorial authorities. So you guys kind of already know how that works. And that's not the only message. Seems like a few of these have gone around different places. I'm interested. I like it. Something's up. And with the Pope dying, people think we're going into this 10 days of darkness of mourning because Trump ordered the flag to be flown at half staff for the next 10 days. But we're going to look at that. First, we want to look at this.
Capitol Hill is buzzing with rumors of President Donald Trump planning to invoke a centuries-old law called the Insurrection Act and impose a martial law type order. And that could happen as early as the 20th of April.
78.
One of the first executive orders that President Trump signed when he returned to office on January 20th was to declare a national emergency along the southern border of the United States. That order had a rider to it, that Trump might invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807 and possibly deploy the military on U.S. soil 90 days after the executive order was signed. The due date is the 20th of April. 2 days after Trump's executive order, the Department of Defense announced that it will be sending 1,500 active duty service members to the southern border, along with additional air and intelligence assets to assist other federal agencies and branches of service that are working to enforce border security. Towards the end of January, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said his department intends to house up to 30,000 criminal migrants at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. But since then, no significant update has been shared by the Trump administration. According to the Insurrection Act of 1807, the President of the United States may permit the deployment of the military and the U.S. National Guard to ensure that the law is enforced in certain conditions and situations. It authorizes the military to completely suppress any rebellion, uprising, or any act of violence or resistance, including that by citizens. The Insurrection Act has the powers to override the Posse Comitatus Act, which is normally in place at all times and prohibits the U.S. military from participating or interfering in any civil law enforcement. It also gives the U.S. President, the Commander and Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, complete powers to decide if, when and where to deploy U.S. troops within the United States of America. The Insurrection Act is different from a martial law. While a martial law gives complete control of administration and running of the state's affairs to the Chief of Defense Staff or the Army Chief, the Insurrection Act keeps the powers of the state and administration with the US President, who selectively uses military powers to enforce law and order. So while martial law allows the military to take over the role of civilian government in an emergency, the Insurrection Act allows the military to only assist the civilian authorities, not take their place. In the United States, martial law can be declared by proclamation of the president or a state governor.
No place like it. Very special.
While the US Constitution makes no specific provision for the imposition of martial law, nearly every state has a constitutional provision authorizing the government to impose martial law. Trump has alluded several times that he might deploy the military inside the country. He has suggested using active and National Guard troops to fight urban crime, the enemy from within, and radical left lunatics. Since taking office, Trump has issued executive orders to revoke birthright citizenship and repel, repatriate, or remove migrants from within the country. He invoked the Alien Enemies Act, an 18th century law, and deported hundreds of immigrants to an infamous Salvadorian prison. Thousands of Americans have been taking to the streets to protest Trump's actions, but that's not stopping his strong-arm tactics.
They want the gold. They're ready for the gold. They talked about the gold today. We'll talk about it. I put that one video in the intro. They're talking about it again. That 15-figure, trillions of dollars there. 1.1 million per household. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? Let's look at some things. The phrase mourning Pope Francis, 10 days darkness, refers to the 9-day mourning period observed by the Catholic Church after a pope's death. Known as the 10 days of darkness, this period is marked by the body being embalmed, displayed, and prayers and masses held in churches worldwide. The funeral usually takes place within a few days of the death, and the process of electing a new pope, called a conclave, begins about 2 weeks later. I want to be pope. Can I run for pope? No? Let the conclave begin. Fight to the death. And back to that old 10 Days of Darkness Q post. Post 88. People talk about that because obviously the Pope was 88, and the number 88 seems to be popping up all over the place, and has a lot of connections with a lot of things, and we'll look at that at some point here. Did I mention the Pope died? Okay, yeah, I mentioned that. Trying to go in order here. It was announced he died of a stroke that caused a coma and irreversible heart failure, according to his death certificate released by the Vatican already, which is kind of interesting. Vice President J.D. Vance met with the Pope, obviously, on Easter Sunday, and was said to be one of the last people to see him alive. And they even did a video together I showed you in the intro. Probably one of the last videos the Pope did. In Paris, Notre Dame Cathedral rang their bells 88 times in honor of the Pope.
Это человек, который относился к России в высшей степени положительно. Это я могу точно сказать. Мы с ним неоднократно встречались лично и поддерживали отношения.
Obviously, that's Vladimir Putin, not the bells, sorry. But he called the Pope's death a special sign. That sounds like Putin, all right, doesn't it? A special sign, a sign by God, I take it. There's your bells. No, I'm not going to play all 88 dings. You get the point. All right. Moving forward. Trump just signed an executive order putting the flag at half-mast for the rest of the month, which is 10 days. And we'll look at that.
I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that.
Something like that. So 10 days of half-mast if you're a flagger. And you get the whole reaction from the White House.
Insightful words there from Pope Francis last year, speaking to CBS News. At this point, let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian, who is joining us from the White House as we still absorb the news of the death of Pope Francis at age 88. Nicole, good morning to you. How is the White House reacting right now?
Well, we just heard from President Trump a short time ago, who posted on Truth Social, "Rest in peace." He goes on to say, "May God bless him and all who loved him." Speaking of Pope Francis, of course, we know that President Trump did meet with Pope Francis during his first term and spent a good deal of time with him, about 30 minutes in a private meeting back in May of 2017. They also exchanged gifts. Obviously, they did not have a chance to meet in the second term, but we do know, of course, that Vice President J.D. Vance met with the Pope just yesterday. He, too, also posted a short time ago that he was very happy to see the Pope.
Trump was sort of already dressed up for a funeral when he seen the Pope last. And of course, like I said, this is probably one of the Pope's last videos.
Bless you.
Didn't look very good there, but
Good morning. How are you?
click, 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 click.
Not been feeling great, but
Gotta
it's
get
good to
that
see
picture.
you in better health.
So we looked at that in the intro, and this was the last interview, one of them, I believe his last interview, talking about the border.
This is a big story in the United States because there have been so many migrants this year. I've been to the border, and many times it is mothers with children who are fleeing violence, and they walk thousands of miles with their families for a better life. And yet there is a discussion about closing the border, limiting migration.
The solution is migration, to open the doors to migration. For an immigration policy to be good, it must have four things. For the migrant to be received, assisted, promoted, and integrated. This is what is most important, to integrate them into the new life.
I grew up in the state of Texas, which is right on the border with Mexico. The state of Texas is attempting to shut down a Catholic charity on the border with Mexico that offers undocumented migrants humanitarian assistance. What do you think of that?
I think
that is madness, sheer madness.
I think we could send them to the Vatican. They seem to have room, don't they? And so what's odd, of course, is the theory a lot of people have that the Pope's been dead for a long time, which mainly stem back from the holographic Pope theory, if you remember, back during COVID. And he seemed to have just disappeared. And they called it a funny camera angle. That set off all kinds of speculation and rumors that the Pope had already passed away long ago and had been replaced. And of course, if that's the case, who's playing the Pope? And they even accidentally announced his death on television once, way before he obviously died.
Meanwhile, the Pope's festive address focused on his prayers for the pandemic to come to an end. He said vaccines should be made available to those most in need. His death was announced,
His death was announced, huh? Anyway, so there's some people that, of course, have a theory as to who the Pope might be. Let's go ahead and take a look for the hell of it.
Aw, the Pope died. You know what this really means, don't you? It means that Welsh actor Jonathan Pryce got sick of playing the role and he's going to take on a new role. Don't believe me? Well, here's a clip from a video I did months ago. There's Jonathan Pryce and there's the Pope, and here's a side-by-side where they are perfectly symmetrical. But the beautiful thing about this video, it was before I started looking for my smoking guns. So guess what I found? But before we get to those smoking guns, why don't I show you a little TV clip from these guys? You know how they like to tell us the truth. Right in plain sight, right? Well, here's that TV clip. Just to mock us like they always do.
Congratulations, you just got nominated for a Golden Globe for your performance as Francis in the two parts. It's fantastic. Now, was it fated? Was it just destiny that you would play this part eventually? Because even before this movie existed, everyone said you look like Francis, or Francis looked like you.
Yeah, he looked like me.
First.
Yeah,
you were famous first. Yeah. Because here's you, in case people don't know what you look like from seeing you there. And here's Francis. Come on. No. Obviously, you moisturize and he doesn't, you know. But
no, it's a big surprise because that's not who I see when I look in the mirror.
Oh, really?
No, I'm more Brad Pitt in the mirror.
Yeah. Sure.
Funny how, of all people, they mentioned Brad Pitt. More truth right in plain sight. This was literally the easiest smoking gun I have ever found because it's just him in a fat suit. And look at this, like they don't even disguise his face. It's literally just him with like fatness. And look at this here, I'm gonna circle it. The exact same blemishes on both of their faces. Exact same, and their exact same nose. They don't even change his nose. Jonathan Pryce in the dead Pope. I mean, people just go type in Jonathan Pryce looks like the Pope, and this is how dumb they know we are. Because we are this dumb, because all of us fall for this. I know I fell for it at one point, but once you wake up, you see they're the same person.
The High Sparrow.
But you guys know I'm just kidding. I know that poor Pope Francis.
What do you guys think? It's definitely the ears that make them look the same. The High Sparrow. I don't know what to make of that stuff, but that's the one theory there. Here's a weird video of the Pope way back that they said was some kind of ritual. Game of ring toss, a couple of jesters, a few dressed up freaks. Sounds like a ritual to me. He's just sitting there. Is this guy alive? Just prop him up in the chair. Here's a picture of Pope Francis kissing the hands of David Rockefeller and John Rothschild. You probably thought the Pope was like all powerful, huh? No, just another puppet on a string. So Trump posted, Melania and I will be going to the funeral of Pope Francis in Rome. We look forward to being there. And that's the last picture they took together where I said, kind of looks like he was already at the funeral there. Yeah, what appears to be the real Pope Francis there. Pope Francis expressed in his will allegedly that he wishes to be laid to rest in an underground tomb in St. Mary's Major Basilica. So there's that. The next pope may come from Africa, Italy, Sri Lanka, or possibly even America. Don't know where all that comes from, but we're going to take a quick look at the conclave they'll be holding.
Where would you say the work that is unresolved? Where has he left an open book for those to take up from him now?
I would say that Francis's work is unresolved in all of the areas that you've just described. He has advanced the Church's position on gay rights with his famous comment, well, who am I to judge? And his suggestion that sexual practices are no worse a sin than any other category of sin in the Catholic Church's language. He's made some advances for the position of women in the church as well, but of course, we still don't have a pathway to women deacons, let alone women priests, that the matter will still be on the table for the next pope. And Francis's approach to this was very much to try to seek consensus, to try to get the laity to move things forward and to reveal what their preferences were in the hope that that could persuade more of the Vatican hierarchy to move faster in reforms. The same is also true with his legacy on the environment, that Francis made this the center of his papacy in a certain way with his important encyclical Laudato Si on this. But it's not necessarily clear that the Church's overall position has changed very much. And there was a sense, I felt in the last 2 or 3 years, that Francis had not really adapted his teachings on this subject to the direction in which global debate was going, particularly the move towards thinking about, well, what are the trade-offs from environmental policy and how do we mitigate environmental change and damage rather than trying to stop it outright. So there was a limitation to what he had to say on these subjects, which needs to be developed by the next pope if the Catholic Church is going to continue to evolve its policies.
And speaking of the next pope, to what extent is it likely that the next pope will think along the same lines as Francis, or will there be a pushback and a more conservative pope?
Well, there's a famous Roman saying that he who goes into a conclave of pope comes out a cardinal, that it's very, very difficult to predict what the cardinals will decide when they meet in a few weeks' time.
Isn't he supposed to be the last pope? What do you guys say? You think he's the last pope? Will there be another pope? Will there be a conservative pope that follows along the stuff that Trump's doing? Carlo Vigano would be a good choice, but you know how that goes. Moving forward, somebody posted this interesting list of people that are supposed to be, ended already, or family lines. Said, add him to the list, all exposed under Donald Trump. The Epstein blackmail op, the Diddy music blackmail op, the Weinstein Hollywood blackmail op, the Nexium op, John of God op, Peter Nygaard, the Canadian Epstein, the Pope Francis, Don Benjamin Rothschild, Don Evelyn Rothschild, Jacob Rothschild, William Rothschild, David Rockefeller, Henry Kissinger, Queen Elizabeth II, Prince Philip, Silvio Berlusconi, Constantine II. Wait, what the fuck? Cheney dynasty, McCain dynasty, the Bush dynasty, IRS on the brink of being replaced by the ERS, 3 SCOTUS picks, 300 judges, Roe versus Wade overturned, constitutional carry protected, religious freedom secured, affirmative action overturned, climate change agenda halted, West Virginia versus EPA, cleaner and safer streets, federal power weakened, fourth branch of government destroyed, JFK files released, RFK files released, MLK and Epstein on the way, Guidestones destroyed, Space Force created, Planned Parenthood dismantled, Department of Education gone in the street, Mockingbird media exposed, Big Tech exposed, elections rigged, George Soros exposed, massive amounts of resignation, exposure of school and indoctrination of children, evil exposed, exposure of human trafficking, arrest, big pharma exposed, and 3 little agencies exposed. Got that? I'd say he's kicking ass. What do you say? Oh, there's more. New World Order exposed, chemicals exposed, rhinos exposed, Disney exposed, biolabs exposed, warmongers exposed, vaccines exposed, Black Lives Matter, George Soros, FTX, child trafficking, American spirit reignited. Amen. People worldwide waking up every day. Now that is true. And this little meme here seems to be going around since J.D. Vance was one of the last people with the Pope. They say, who's next? And then, of course, he's visiting Prime Minister Modi of India. And people are making memes about that, too. And in other news, Kristi Noem was robbed during Easter dinner in Washington, D.C. Her bag was stolen. It had her driver's license, her passport, her Department of Homeland Security badge, her makeup, her checks, her medication, and her keys in it, and apparently $3,000. So while she was eating at a restaurant, that bag was stolen. Not good, man. Not good. I bet it was somebody on the left that pulled that one off. Intelligence agency. Spying and snooping. China unveils the world's first gold ATM that melts, tests, and converts gold into instant bank transfers. Take a look at that. That's kind of amazing, isn't it? It'll test the quality of your gold, weigh it, melt it, and convert it. That's pretty cool. A gold ATM in China. Speaking of gold, gold surpassed a new all-time high of 3,300. Somebody said at some point that it went past 3,400. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. And of course, my favorite Q post. Do we have the gold? Yes. Gold shall destroy the Fed. Amen. And of course, Trump made that post today. Do I have it? I wonder if I have it. It's kind of important, actually. Well, I can't believe I didn't keep that one. Oh. Damn. Well, he posted something that said, he who has the gold makes the rules. And it was a picture of him. Wow. I don't know how I lost that picture. Moving on, though. Where were we? China signs a 5-year liquefied natural gas deal with the United Arab Emirates, bypassing the United States LNG amid ongoing tariff war. Looking at that.
China signs 5-year liquefied natural gas LNG deal with the UAE, bypassing U.S. LNG amid ongoing tariff war.
That's exactly everything I just said. Speaking of the United Arab Emirates, they're turning their intelligence agency over to an AI system. Wonder how that'll turn out. Track the daily impact of laws. Would you guys want artificial intelligence running your 3-letter agencies? I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the corruption now. I mean, can a computer choose to be corrupt? I suppose it could. We'll take a quicker, deeper look at this real fast.
Welcome to AI World TV, your go-to destination for everything artificial intelligence. Discover the captivating landscape of AI, where advanced technology finds real-life application. Subscribe to AI World TV for webzine articles, reports, podcasts, videos, live events, and latest trends. Hear from top industry leaders and discover how AI is transforming industries and our daily lives.
Ever stop to think about how technology is just reshaping almost everything around us?
Absolutely. It's relentless.
What if a government really leaned into that? Like weaving artificial intelligence right into the fabric of how it governs.
That sounds ambitious.
It is. And that's what we're unpacking today. The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, has just launched what they're calling the world's first AI-powered regulatory intelligence office.
Right. And what really stands out from the sources, for me anyway, is that this isn't just some minor tech update. No, they describe it as a transformative step. It's about changing how laws are actually created, how they're monitored, how they adapt over time.
Transformative. Okay.
And importantly, it's the first of its kind in the Middle East and globally. That phrase really underscores how groundbreaking this is meant to be.
So truly a first. It's a pretty bold move, isn't it? Going beyond just digitizing paperwork to actually using AI to rethink the legal system itself.
Exactly. And it's not happening in a vacuum.
Right. The sources suggest it's tied into something bigger.
Definitely.
So, like I said, we won't take a long look at that, but you guys tell me what you think of that. And Senator Ron Johnson is alleging that federal agents are destroying critical files connected to Jeffrey Epstein and the 9/11 attacks. He's now working with Kurt Weldon to help expose what happened. The same Kurt Weldon who was doing an interview the other day with Tucker Carlson. And we'll take a look at what Ron Johnson has to say.
What would you like to know about September 11th, the official story there, Senator?
Well, start with Building 7. Again, I don't know that you can find structural engineers other than the ones that had the corrupt investigation inside NIST that would say that that thing didn't come down in any other way than a controlled demolition. I mean, you just look at that. You talk about molten steel. Again, you listen to the documentary Bravo 7. There's an awful lot of questions. Who ordered the removal and then destruction of all that evidence? Totally contrary to any other firefighting investigation procedures. I mean, who ordered that? Who was in charge? I think there's some basic information. Where's all the documentation from the NIST investigation? No, there are a host of questions that I want, and I will be asking, quite honestly, now that my eyes have been opened up. I've talked to former Congressman Kurt Weldon now. I will work with him to expose what he's willing to expose as well.
Wow. So we may actually see hearings about this.
I think so. And by the way, this was opened up when my ranking member now, when he was chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigation, he did the investigation on the PGA and Live Golf and the PIF. Part of that is we had 9/11 families coming forward and saying, we want the FBI files unredacted. We want those made available in terms of what happened. What did the FBI know had happened? So we got engaged with that on a bipartisan basis. We wanted to get those answers, those documents for the families. Again, we didn't get squat from the FBI. So hopefully now, with this administration, I think President Trump...
we might actually see a good investigation into 9/11, a solid one, some documents released. I think that would really change the thinking of the rest of the world. It would turn a lot of eyes towards what's happening. Moving on from Ron Johnson, RFK is talking about a major shakeup tomorrow. They're talking about banning food dye again that's linked to cancer. There are at least 7 dyes that fall into this category: blue 1, blue 2, green 3, red 40, yellow 5, and yellow 6. And we'll listen to what RFK has to say.
This is what most Americans innocently put into their bodies these days, and most alarmingly, into the bodies of their children. And it's no coincidence that Americans die earlier than Canadians or Germans or Italians or Japanese or Koreans or Australians or most any other comparable country. And it wasn't always that way. Until the early 1990s, our life expectancy was the same or better than other developed countries. Then, suddenly, more and more Americans began suffering from chronic diseases, from obesity, cancer, diabetes, kidney disease, Alzheimer's, heart disease, and all kinds of autoimmune diseases. Our maternal mortality rate soared to the highest of any developed country on Earth. Same with infant mortality. Like the frog in the slowly boiling water, we didn't really notice as we got sicker and sicker. We've grown now to accept chronic disease conditions as normal. But now, in 2024, we're finally waking up to this cataclysm, and we're asking ourselves, how in the world did this happen? Well, a big part of it is our diet. Restaurants that serve contaminated food are fined or shut down. But when it's the government that approves the poisons in our food, a few people get very, very rich, and the toxins end up in every supermarket aisle. Let me show you what I mean. Doritos, Cheez-Its, Cap'n Crunch, gummy bears. Everyone knows that these are junk foods, so maybe you wouldn't be too surprised to see that the ingredients include a lot of poisons, including a harmful yellow dye called tatrazine, or yellow dye number 5. What you may not know is that this dye was originally made out of the sludge that's left over when you turn coal into coke for blast furnaces. It's called coal tar, and I've actually sued many big industries for legacy contamination of coal tar all around the country because it's so toxic and it's so harmful to the environment and human beings. A century ago, it was just an obnoxious industrial byproduct that everybody was trying to figure out ways to get rid of. One of the ways that they did that was by paving roads. But then a British chemist figured out that the coal tar could be used to derive fabric dye. And if fabric dye, why not food? Food manufacturers began using it to cover up the discoloration of low-quality foods that they wanted to pass off on unsuspecting customers. They didn't know back then that this yellow dye, tartrazine, causes tumors, asthma, developmental delays, neurological damage, ADD, ADHD, hormone disruption, gene damage, anxiety, depression, intestinal injuries. Well, we know it now. We've known this for decades. That's why tartrazine is heavily restricted in other countries. In some countries, foods with tartrazine have a warning label that it may cause ADHD in children. Today, it's made from petroleum, not coal tar. Either way, it's crazy to add this to your kids' favorite foods. It doesn't even change the flavor. This yellow dye isn't just in junk food. It's in the foods that we consider healthy. It's in everyday kids' snacks like popcorn, mac and cheese, fruit snacks. It's in sports drinks like Gatorade and so-called vitamin water. It's even added to chicken broth, to corn, to pickles, to mustard, and to yogurt. And so, of course, our kids get sick. And we lovingly feed them chewable vitamins which have, surprise, tartrazine. And so the cycle continues until the coughs and asthma kick in, at which point you go to pick up some cough syrup. And yeah, you guessed it, tartrazine. I've been picking on tartrazine today, but that's just one of at least 100 chemical poisons that our health agencies allow into our children's food. I can make a video just like this to talk about red 40, BHA, BHD, potassium bromate, chemical after chemical, and on and on and on. If just one of them can cause all of these problems, imagine what they're doing in combination. That has never been studied. If we took all of these chemicals out, our nation would get healthier immediately. We'd have fewer sick days. We'd have better focus. We'd have less anxiety. Our kids would learn more easily. We'd lose weight. We'd have more energy. We'd have fewer tumors and longer lives. It's not all dark. Over the past 16 years, the government has banned 8 chemical additives that cause cancer, genetic damage, asthma, and many of the other health conditions as tartrazine does. And you know what's interesting? All 8 of those crucial steps forward in our kids' health were taken under President Trump. But the Democrats who claim to be all about health care have stood by watching other countries ban these poisons and make our kids sick, asthmatic, hyperactive, and depressed. They left them on every supermarket shelf in America. They even used your tax money to put them in your kids' school lunch. So their big food and their big ag donors probably gave them all that golden handshake and the big money hug. And their big pharma donors probably called them up and thanked them also, because now they're going to make billions selling Adderall, Prozac, and rescue inhalers. Enough is enough. President Trump and I are going to stop the mass poisoning of American children. Together, we're going to make America healthy again.
All right. Let's get on it then, Robert. We're ready. Make us healthy. I need more energy. Passengers were evacuated from a Delta Airlines flight at Orlando International Airport after an engine caught fire. It seems like there were a lot of crashes over Easter, 2 that we know of, at least on Easter Day. One just a couple miles from my house. It's literally crazy. So just not a good time to fly, huh? Staying the hell off of airplanes. So there's that. In other news, Democratic lawmakers continue to demand that we bring this illegal back. Why do they keep saying he was deported accidentally? I don't think there was an accident to it at all, but there's more lawmakers trying to go down there to bring him back.
So Joy, as we've been reporting, Abrego Garcia has been moved to a different facility in El Salvador, but still, though, it's unclear if or when he'll return to the U.S.
That's also why a group of Democratic representatives actually on a trip to El Salvador today to try and push for Kilmar Abrego Garcia's release, hoping for his return to the United States and protesting not just about
Have fun
this
on your
case,
plane ride.
but also other decisions made by the Trump administration when it comes to deportation. Now, that information has not stopped this administration from releasing information about Abrego Garcia and his interactions with law enforcement, including a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee, as well as a temporary protective order filed by his wife in 2021, who ended up not pursuing charges, plus a 2019 arrest for loitering.
None of that really matters. It's 2 things. Number 1, he's illegal. He didn't come here the legal way. Number 2, he's part of a gang, a cartel gang that's now been designated as a terrorist organization. That's the problem. And because of that, he's not coming back. I guarantee you he's not coming back. Well, I'll tell you what, Russians are made tougher than anyone I've ever seen on this earth. Viewer discretion advised on this one. An 80-year-old woman fell 6 stories while trying to clean her windows in Russia and basically walked away. That's brutal. She's lucky she hit her car. Hopefully it's her car. if the car hadn't have been there, she would not have survived. 80 years old. She fell 60 feet, 6 stories. She's going to live to tell about it. So all day long, there's been rumors circulating the press that the White House is looking to replace Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. And I'll show you a clip of that. But Carolyn Leavitt's been talking all day about how very untrue that is.
We are following a developing story out of the White House where, according to NPR, the White House has now begun the process of looking for a new Secretary of Defense. This comes as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to find himself, well, in controversy. NPR has confirmed with the same official that Hegseth shared details ahead of last month's Yemen strikes with his wife and brother in a Signal chat on his personal phone, minutes after being updated by a senior U.S. military official. The news of the second Signal group chat about the mission was first reported by the New York Times. Earlier today on Fox and Friends, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had this to say.
The president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth, who is doing a phenomenal job leading the Pentagon. And this is what happens when the entire Pentagon is working against you and working against the monumental change that you are trying to implement. Secretary Hegseth was nominated for this position because he is standing up for the war fighter, the men and women in uniform who are putting their lives on the line to protect our country and our homeland. And unfortunately, there have been people at that building who don't like the change the secretary is trying to bring, so they are leaking and they are lying to the mainstream media. We've seen this game played before. The secretary is doing a tremendous job, and the president stands strongly behind him.
Yet again, that was this morning on Fox and Friends. Shortly thereafter, NPR releasing the article stating that yet again, they are looking for a new defense secretary, they being the White House. Caroline Leavitt.
See, you can't trust the news at all anymore. At all. I'm telling you, stuff comes out at one part of the day, and then hours later they're saying that's not true at all. What are you talking about? And so let's see if she said anything else.
No travel plans at this time. Doesn't mean it's not happening. I just don't have anything to share. But the president, of course, is aware of the passing of the Pope and did put out a statement this morning. And we're praying for the millions of Christians around the world who loved the Pope and admired him this morning.
Caroline, on the Hegseth story, has the president read that story or been briefed on the New York Times story? And combining kind of that and all the leadership changes in the Pentagon over the last week, does the president still have confidence in Secretary Hegseth?
The president absolutely has confidence in Secretary Hegseth. I spoke to him about it this morning, and he stands strongly behind him. We'll see you guys at the Easter egg roll.
Thanks, Caroline. Thank you. Happy Easter. Good morning. See you all at the Easter egg roll. Just anything else on the president learning?
I think this is the same thing.
No travel plans at this time.
Okay, so there's that. They're not getting rid of Pete Hegseth. Nothing to worry about there. And I know some people were probably worried when they saw that. I wanted to show you real quick. Check out how Ethiopia celebrated Easter Sunday. It's amazing. Look at that. Why can't we celebrate like that, guys? Wouldn't that be amazing? I mean, that's just amazing to me. It's some spirit right there. So, as far as what Anons believe, it's believed that Trump and Xi Jinping work hand in hand, along with Vladimir Putin and other high-level just world leaders like Modi, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there seems to be concern lately that Xi Jinping might be losing control of power in China. We're going to look at that briefly, and then we're going to turn to a fairly recent interview regarding Anthony Weiner and that Weiner laptop and that frazzle drip stuff and all that. Then at some point tonight, we might listen to Field McConnell, and there's other stuff going around. We'll talk about it after this. This is not super long.
The Chinese Communist Party, rumors spread about Xi Jinping's diminishing power, as his close ally, Vice Chairman of the Central Military Commission He Weidong, was arrested and went missing. The son of Chinese politician and economist Liu He was reportedly under investigation. On April 6, the Financial Times reported that 7 sources familiar with the investigation revealed that Liu Tianran was under investigation for financial corruption. The investigation had been ongoing for at least 6 months, and Liu may already be detained. Liu Tianran founded an investment firm called Skycus Capital in 2016. One of the sources said that the Chinese authorities initially investigated Liu Tianran's connections to Ant Group's planned $37 billion IPO. During the investigation, authorities uncovered other corruption cases unrelated to the IPO. And CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping has reportedly received a report on these allegations. A source noted that Liu He, Liu Tianran's father, is facing strict restrictions. Those familiar with Liu Tianran's investigation believe that Liu He's low profile is connected to his son's probe. Liu He, considered one of Xi Jinping's closest allies and economic advisors, led China's side in U.S.-China trade negotiations. Liu He retired in 2023. On April 7th, TV host Li Dayu said that this news was significant. Whether Liu He himself is implicated is still unclear, but it's certainly a bad sign. The arrest of the former vice premier's son is a strong slap in Xi's face. Even if the attack isn't severe, it's still a huge insult, and it directly confirms that Xi's power base has shrunk. Watching his inner circle face troubles, he is really becoming more isolated. Li Dayu argued that the situation involving Liu Tianran not only threatens Liu He, but also his brother-in-law Gong Zheng, the current mayor of Shanghai. The political landscape in China is very complicated, and after scandals erupt, officials tend to attack each other to avoid being dragged into the mess. With the situation being so sensitive, any small move by these high-level figures could trigger serious consequences. While rumors about Liu Tianran's investigation spread, another of Xi Jinping's close allies, Cai Qi, was also caught in a scandal. Cai Qi's mistress is reportedly under investigation. On April 4th, the CCP Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and the National Supervisory Commission reported that Feng Shuangbai, president of the China Dancers Association, Luo Bin, former party secretary and deputy chairman of the association, and Wei Li, deputy director of the Art Exchange Office of the China Federation of Literary and Art Circles, were under investigation for serious disciplinary violations. Online rumors claimed that Wei Li was Cai Qi's mistress. The gossip went further, suggesting that authorities were targeting Cai Qi and other figures, including Wang Xiaohong from the Ministry of Public Security. In the ongoing military power struggle, more of Xi Jinping's close allies are reportedly facing problems. After the fall of Military Commission member Miao Hua, it was said that several other high-ranking officers, including the commander of the Eastern Theater Command, Lin Xiangyang, and the commander of the Rocket Force, Wang Houbin, had been investigated, with reports of hundreds of generals under scrutiny. On April 4th, New Headline reported that Miao Hua revealed the names of up to 80 senior military officers in just 24 hours. As of now, nearly 100 generals have been exposed, with over 1,300 officers of various ranks involved, including some members of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Several senior military officials have been named in investigations, including Vice Chairman of the Central Military Commission, He Weidong, and Zhang Shenming, Minister of Defense Dong Jun, theater commanders Xian Yang of the Eastern Theater, Wang Haijiang of the Western Theater, Wang Houbin of the Rocket Force, and Wang Xiubin, formerly of the Southern Theater Command. Commander of the Armed Police, Wang Chunning. Other senior military officials include former Military Political Commissar Qin Shutong, former Navy Political Commissar Yuan Huazhi, former Logistics Minister Zhao Keshi, several active duty and retired generals, including those from the Eastern Theater Navy. The CCP's military corps is caught in an unprecedented internal struggle, with rumors that Vice Chairman of the Military Commission, He Weidong, is under investigation, and the commander of the Eastern Theater is suspected of leaking Taiwan Strait plans. A major political battle seems to be brewing. What's going on here? Is it all led by Xi Jinping himself or someone else pulling the strings? Who is truly in control of the CCP situation? These answers are crucial to understanding China's future. Japanese senior media figure Aiko Yaita believes that this is a life and death battle between Xi Jinping and military princeling Zhang Youxia. After Xi came to power, he used military princelings to eliminate the faction of his predecessor Jiang Zemin. He took down Guo Boxiong and Xu Caihou. In the second phase, he used the princelings and his own allies from Fujian to challenge Hu Jintao's people, removing Zhang Yang and Fang Fenghui. After the 20th National Congress, Xi's power grew, and he attempted to cut out princelings like Zhang Youxia, but this time he encountered significant resistance and a counterattack from the princelings. Yaita believes that Xi's promotion of He Weidong to vice chairman of the military commission.
And I think all these people are sort of like China's deep state that Xi's been trying to clean out, and it is a life or death battle for him. If he were to lose, I suppose that would leave the United States and Russia and the rest of the world to try and clean up that mess. So it's actually a fairly serious situation, and a lot of names that I couldn't pronounce if I wanted to, but Xi Jinping's more than what people think. That much is for sure. Let's move forward, though. I want to look at this story from Anthony Weiner.
Hats off to Patrick Howley at Patrick Reports for an explosive deep dive into the shadowy dealings surrounding the Carmelo Anthony case. What's unfolding in Dallas is a textbook example of left-wing manipulation, with billionaire George Soros's fingerprints all over it. The Next Generation Action Network, a radical activist group, is at the heart of this controversy, and their ties to Soros-funded organizations are impossible to ignore. But for those of you new to the story, somehow, Carmelo Anthony, a 17-year-old accused of first-degree murder after fatally stabbing Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet, is being propped up as a victim of racist society.
What do you hope to see with this trial? Do you hope to see him walk free or go to jail?
If you ask like a personal opinion, I just want to be home regardless.
You want to be home even if he did it, you want him to be home?
Like I said, bro, I see people that look like me get incarcerated for everything.
You don't care if he did it or not?
Me personally, nah. Me personally, I don't care.
Released on reduced bond by a self-proclaimed DEI judge, Anthony's now lounging in a gated Texas community, bankrolled by a suspicious Help Carmelo official fund that's raked in over $450,000 on Give, Send, Go. The donations, as Patrick Howley and the Dallas Express uncovered, reek of coordination, identical messages, similar amounts dropping at all hours. Leading the charge is Dominique Alexander.
All of the funds that were raised on the GoFundMe were all fraud.
The Next Generation Action Network's founder, who is stoking the racial flames with hashtags like hashtag AmeriKKK and hashtag colonialism.
So after today, I just want the media to know, and I want the public to know, I don't care what you say about me. I've been in this thing for 11 years. I am tried, tested, and proven. I'm going to just say, I'm from Oak Cliff. Worser things have been said about me, baby. You ain't got to inbox me. You ain't got to tell me. I am the first person to tell my testimony.
Alexander has...
So clearly I played the wrong video there. It's not the Anthony Weiner one. This is the other video I meant to play regarding the funds coming into Carmelo Anthony, who stabbed Boston Metcalf, and now it appears to be somehow connected to George Soros. I told you this was manufactured somehow. It's like a fucking racial division and it's manufactured. But since we've heard all that story, I'm going to move on and get to the other interview that I meant to play, and I apologize that I messed that up again. Sorry.
You were very eloquent on the way you defended Hillary Clinton, on who she was when it comes down to politics. Are you still close to that family?
I'm not.
Okay. So who do you think between the two was a better politician? Do you think Bill's a better politician? Do you think Hillary's a better politician?
I don't think Hillary was a particularly good politician.
Okay, so she's a better strategist, you would say. She's more strategic, power.
She is a classic blooming where she's potted kind of public official.
Yeah.
Everything that she has been given to do. I watched her, as a rookie elected official come into New York and become an amazing senator. I watched her at Secretary of State be like she blooms where she's potted. She knows government well. She's smart as a very, very smart person.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that it's hard. I think it was hard for her to get her sea legs, being the first woman candidate of a major party. I think it was hard for her to get her sea legs in the framing of Bill Clinton's wife. I think it was a lot of things were a lot of challenge she faced that you and I would not face on the campaign.
Do you think she's a good person?
I do.
Okay. So, when we, announced the fact that we're interviewing you, we kind of crowdsource with the audience what questions you want to ask, and then our researching will go and say, hey, is there any credibility to this or not? And we don't waste our time. So, hey, we're having Anthony Weiner on. Great. So you have to ask him about Frazzle Drip. Go look it up. Oh, this video is a deep fake. Any credibility to it on what happened with Hillary Clinton, whom on all this stuff? Nope, we're not going to ask him about that because I don't yet see a real source. A lot of it was stuff that, conspiracy, all this stuff that's being said. We're not going there. You need to ask him about Pizzagate, because that's exactly what's going on with kids. Yeah, no, we're not going there. That's not something we're going to be asking him about. Yeah, you need to ask him about this, and you need to ask him about this. I said, okay. All of these things that they said we have to ask you about. To be fair, it's Bill Clinton officiated your wedding with Huma, your wife, if I'm not mistaken. Correct. So you've been very close, and your wife, is it still wife or is it ex-wife? I think it's separated since 2017, right?
We're separated. We co-parent Jordan, but we're separated.
Okay. And, she was a right-hand person to Hillary Clinton in 2016 while the scandal was taking place.
For years before that, she was with Hillary for 20 years.
And the whole thing with the life insurance, the email, $650,000, one folder with the word life insurance and the files that are in there. So the next thing that people say, you got to ask them is the following. So, Rob, if you can pull up this story, I'm not going to buy into this one. Well, 9 out of 12 cops, NYPD, who saw the email and saw what was in that laptop, committed suicide. And it was, 7 of them since June, and it was the most ever that this took place, and these are the men that committed suicide. So then we went and looked it up, and we're like, no, they did commit suicide, but it wasn't linked directly to seeing the laptop or the intel there, no problem. So again, no credibility there, so there's no reason to ask you the question about the 9 out of 12 cops that side.
You shouldn't even be listing them and giving oxygen.
No, my job is to listen because I like to
listen. You shouldn't be listing these things.
Well,
these things
it is what it is.
Destructive people
these
actually
these are conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy theories that
all
some
that have
people,
books about them, though.
Right, but the one thing that we did look up that wasn't a conspiracy theory was the following. And this is the one that's kind of weird. And first thing I asked myself is, how the hell is our guy here, Anthony Weiner, still alive? What do you mean by that? Well, when you go through the list of people that have been close to Hillary Clinton and the Clintons and the Deadpool, this is not a conspiracy. You got the names of James McDougal, okay, Clinton's convicted Whitewater partner, died of an apparent heart attack. Mary Mahoney, a former White House intern, was murdered July 1997 at a Starbucks coffee shop in Georgetown.
Ron Brown, he died in a plane crash.
Vince Foster was the next one. By the way, the James Dougal was a key witness in a key Ken Starr
investigation.
Ron
Brown was in a plane crash. Why is he on the list?
Ron Brown is another one, but there was a close person to this. Victor Razor, you got Paul Tooley, Ed Woolley.
Wait a minute, you're reading a list of people that Bill and Hillary Clinton knew. They're 77 years old.
I'm asking you this question and an answer at the end. So you got Jerry Parks, Jane Bunch, James Wilson, Kathy Ferguson, Bill Shelton, Danny Bow, Florence Martin, Susan Coleman, Paula Grober, Danny Casolero, Paula Wilker, John Parnell Walker, Barbara Weiss. We should verify this yourself because you're running a radio show. You should look it up.
I don't know any of these
Dr.
names.
Stanley Hurd, Barry Beal, Barry Seal, Johnny Lawhorn,
Can you read me the URL you're reading? Can you read me the URL you're reading?
We'll send you the most credible source you can look it up.
Know what you're reading.
We'll put the link below. We'll put the link below.
Tell me so I know what to
Herschel
respond
Friday, Kevin Ivey, Dan Henry, Keith Coney. And these were part of the Ivy Henry case. Keith McCaskill.
What's the Ivy Henry case?
You can look it up. Ivy Henry case. So Gregory Collins, Jeff Rhodes, James Millen, Richard Winter, and then you got the close bodyguards, Major William Barkley, Captain Scott Reynolds, Brian Hanley, Tim Sable, General William Robertson,
You don't even know what you're reading a list of. How is this
Densberger, Robert Kelly, Colonel, Gary Rhodes, Steve Wills, Robert Williams, Conway LaPlue, Todd McKeon. I'm done. It's 46 names. And
of what? Can you read me the list? Can you read me the URL so I know what you're on a list of?
When I finish this, stillindthestorm.com. You can look it up.
Stillindthestorm.com.
This
is your big moment, guys.
Yeah, so you can go. By the way,
ads about chemtrails at the end of it.
He hasn't even asked the question.
By the
He's
way,
just reading the article.
He's reading a list of names.
So,
he hasn't even asked the question. It's a list.
The fact that you're getting nervous is an answer.
It's not nervous. This stuff makes me sick when you repeat
exactly. It makes us sick as well. It also makes us sick.
Doesn't.
Of course, because the establishment makes us sick.
You start the question by reading a list of well-founded conspiracies. I know these things make me sick, and people got killed. Someone went into a pizza parlor in Washington because they believe this shit, and you're making an echo chamber.
Your reaction is an answer. So let me go to it here now.
No.
Your reaction is an answer.
Yeah, my reaction is my reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you tell me what that list, in your view?
You haven't allowed me to finish. If you allow me to finish the question,
46
then
random
you can
names
do
off the internet
whatever you want.
Some fucking insane website.
I love your answer.
And
because
these people who you don't even know who they are, you're reading them on a list of something, making some kind of as if it's somehow suspicious.
Bitch.
You don't know who these human beings are, who have families, who are like out there, and now
I'll spend the next 2 hours with you, one by one, explaining issues individuals if you want to do that.
How about you pick one? Pick one and tell me who he was and what his story was. No, not you. You were asking me the question. Pick one name and then tell me.
Pull up Vince Foster if you want.
Not Vince Foster. That suicide has been investigated 50 times. Pull up one of the obscure names you pulled. Why did you pull Ron Brown? Here, let me read Ron Brown. Ron Brown, a Commerce Secretary who a plane crashed while he was on a humanitarian mission, crashed inside of a mountain. So what do you want to know about Ron Brown?
And then the air traffic controller committed suicide.
Listen, this is a conversation.
No.
We're having a conversation.
I'm sorry. I'm the host. You invite me to your podcast. You get to ask the question. I'm the host. I'm going to ask you the question. You got to let me ask you the question. Your reaction is already an answer.
I know. I am infuriated by people
who drag other people's names
who are powerless. You're not powerless.
Hillary Clinton is powerless.
No, these people.
Hillary Clinton is powerless. That's the problem.
These people.
Hillary's the problem.
You read a list of people because you have the power to do it. People who do that are bullies, and I don't appreciate bullies.
I have the power to do what?
You do. To read a list of some stranger's names.
I have the power to use the DOJ and other things to control.
That's not the DOJ.
Yeah.
DOJ didn't make this list.
Let me finish up my question.
Some jackass made a list in his basement. You're reading their names as if they're incriminating in some way. That's bullying, and I don't appreciate. And I stand up against bullying.
Please do so.
He hasn't even asked the question yet, Anthony.
He's reading a list and he's refused. And now he says, let's move on.
No.
Because I expect your answer.
Nobody has said move on.
He hasn't even asked the question. I don't even know what the question is.
Pick a name.
I'm going to ask you a question. And you get to
answer
answer
people who
or not answer.
And there are some of those people that had military titles in front of me. You're dragging their
That's
name.
even the point.
You're dragging their name
That's
through
even the point.
You should be ashamed of
because your
yourself.
families would want to know.
Because you got a podcast.
Some of their families would want to know.
Some conspiracy theory podcast, some conspiracy theory that 9 people read. You find some guy that comes in, and then you go from Ron Brown to some obscure officer that used to protect Bill Clinton, who passed away. May he rest in peace for his service. And you are dragging them into some wacky conspiracy theory.
May all of them rest in peace. So here's the question for you. Because millions of people are not convinced Hillary Clinton is a
Again,
good
with the
person.
other people. Millions
Including
of people.
myself. If you want to do that, I'm not worried about.
Don't try to make it about some bozo who put up a website. Put in your own words.
Here's a question for you, Guy. It's a very simple question for you. So, how is it when you think about other candidates? Okay, everybody has a stereotype. You have a reputation whether you like it or not. What's your reputation? Your reputation is you like to text underage girls, and you like to talk to girls, and you sex sending pictures of your dangling. That's your reputation. Whatever you do, you can't do anything about it. Adam has a reputation. Adam is a playboy in Miami.
I better get back to that list of strangers.
Trust me, I'm getting back to it. Tom's got a reputation. His reputation is a man who
and right now, your reputation is listing strangers who served in the military and dragging their name.
I have a reputation to ask tough questions and piss some people like you off. That's my reputation.
Including dead people who I'm going to stand up for.
Oh, trust me, we are standing up for them more than you are standing up for them.
Let's see. You better get back to that list because we're going to clear some people's names today.
My question for you is, how is it that in the last 50 years, we don't have a single candidate? Everybody has their own. John F. K. was a playboy with Marilyn Monroe. Trump turned McDougal, Stormy Daniels. You know, George Bush linked to 9/11 and weapons of mass destruction. Bill Clinton linked to Arkansas women, all this others. Everybody has a reputation. How is it that the reputation that follows them as people close to them die? Why is that a story that many people believe in? Why is that?
Are the Clintons in their 70s yet? You don't think I can make a list of other people who are 70-something years old and say this person died, that person died, this person died? Hold on.
How come they haven't done that with Bush? She's in the same age.
I have no freaking idea why they haven't done that with Trump. So are you saying, so you agree with what I'm saying?
How come they haven't done that with Reagan?
So
how come they haven't done that with Kerry?
What point are you making about these men and women who you listed?
How is it so many people close to them die? How is it so many people close to them
everybody dies?
How is
are
it
you
so
suggesting? Okay.
I'm asking the question.
You're asking a bizarre question.
Exactly.
Did people die? Did people die? No. What pisses me off, and I'm going to say this again because you apparently are not listening to me. You had a list of people off an obscure website that of conspiracy theory, taking a Venn diagram of everyone that ever worked in the orbit of someone who served in public life for 50 years. And you listed them, including people in the military, including strangers you could not pull out of. And you are implying that there's something nefarious. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought.
Please do so, because I got another.
Let me finish my thought.
Here for you.
You're implying both with the question and with the website. The website says it explicitly. You're implying. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
You're implying that something. You are implying.
Please done. Go for it.
You are implying that something nefarious is afoot both with the question and with the list. Hillary Clinton, she's a big girl. I'm a big boy, you're a big boy. The people that you just listed, listen to me. No, these are obscure people that you could not pull out.
Great politician, buddy.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Fantastic.
You know what? You are the classic bully. You list someone's name, and are you going to go back and clarify? Are you going to go clarify?
You know what?
Are you going to clarify this list?
I don't really know that.
Ad hominem attack on me is going to somehow clear that person's name.
There isn't anybody at this table that's a bigger bully.
I tell you. Oh yeah? You just listed some stranger with PFC. With PFC.
Way of pinning. Good for you guys.
You're reading some. You're reading a conspiracy website.
Good for you.
Some people say. Some people say. Look at that fucking website.
To you. Pull up the Wikipedia. Is Wikipedia a conspiracy website?
You want to take?
No.
You want to take a run at me? Bring it all day, pal.
Hey,
bring it all day.
Sweetheart. Clinton body count.
Conspiracy theory. Right at the top. Wait, is there a mic I can drop? Conspiracy, right at the top.
What's the point with that?
The point is conspiracy theories are by their very definition unsubstantiated.
How come other people don't have this conspiracy theory? How come Reagan doesn't have this conspiracy theory?
Oh, wait a minute.
How come Bush doesn't have this conspiracy theory?
Newsflash on the PDB podcast. People say shit about the Clintons. Oh, wow, really?
Why do they, though? Some of the stereotypes are true. Like, you have some reputation. It's true, some of it. Some of the stuff they say about other people is true.
That's not a stereotype. That's a made-up story about strangers.
How come others don't have that made-up story?
People have it all the time. Look at the internet.
Give me another body count with another president or candidate. Give me another
person. Do you really think that someone
do me a favor.
Do you really think
Barack Obama body count?
Do you really think? Oh, you want to go? Why did you go to Barack Obama not born in this country? By the way, where was that podcast? Did you guys do that one?
No. That's never
why? Oh, why? Oh, come on. Some people say it. There's a Wikipedia thing on it. Huh. These people are strangers that you just read a list of, and I think out of deference to them...
You're a dark human being, guy. You're pretty dark.
Pal, settle down.
No. You're pretty dark and take the angle you did.
Listen to me. Talking about this now.
Okay.
You should cut that list out of those people. Absolutely. We can still have the argument. You and I are big boys. Cut that list out.
I'm not going to be cutting that list because the world
needs. That's right.
Here's what everybody else.
The world needs. That poor person's family that you can't even name.
Exactly. That some people say, what does it matter now? They're dead.
Some people say.
What does it matter now? They're dead. Can you play that clip again?
Famous podcast says some people say.
Play that clip again. What does it matter now? What does it matter
These
now?
people.
What does it matter
Change
now?
the subject all you want. Anyone who read that list is still waiting for you to come back on this and apologize.
Do you realize why some people?
Apologize to those people.
Do you realize why some people?
You should apologize to those people.
Why do you keep saying that? What
Because
do you
those
apologize
people,
about?
listing those people on some obscure website as if something about their death was shrouded in some kind of a mystery dishonors their memory. Now, if you are Hillary Clinton or Anthony Weiner, that may sound fine. If you are some person who has one of these jackasses on the internet showing up at their doorstep saying, "Tell me about the death of your father," how did Hillary Clinton? We had someone walk into a pizzeria in Washington with a gun because of assholes like this.
I've heard that phrase before by other people. Play it again. Play it again. I've heard this phrase.
Oh, by the way, what's the whole Benghazi? Let's get the whole Benghazi.
No, it's the phrase.
The fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. Was it because of a protest, or was it because of guys out for a walk when I decided to go kill some Americans?
You disagree with her point here?
Difference at
Play
this
that again.
point
Play that
doesn't
You disagree with this
Play
point?
that from the 10-second mark. Not from
Yeah,
that mark.
play it from the 1 second mark so we really get
right
context.
there, right there. Go, play it right there.
Play it from the 1/10 of a
some
second mark.
Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
That's what you sound like.
Let's hear it.
What is script? You're duplicating it very well.
Let's hear.
You're duplicating that
Wait,
script
do you
very well.
disagree with her point?
Of course I do.
You do?
Of course
that
I
it
do.
matters whether it's a protest that came from Libya to that family.
Do you know
to that family? And by the way, do you know why she cleaned the Republicans' clock in that hearing? Because she talked about how many times.
The clock? She ain't a president, guy. That's cleaning the clock. The American people cleaned her clock.
No, in the Benghazi hearing.
Yeah.
Focus.
Why do you think she's not a president?
Focus.
Why do you
The
think she's not a
Benghazi hearing.
president? The American people
You bring
cleaned
up
her
a
clock.
clip and then you want to change it to 2000. Let's talk about that clip for a
She did to the
second.
Republicans. So going back to it, here's what you're doing right now, which is fantastic. You just influence a lot of people to go do their own due diligence. You just influence a lot of people to go do their own due diligence.
You can find utter dirt. No, you did
Find
that,
out for
pal.
yourself. No.
I saw what you did by listing the conspiracy theories you're not going to ask about. I saw what you did.
Those things.
I saw that was dishonorable.
That's which part's dishonorable?
The list of conspiracy theory you know is bullshit, but still putting it out there.
This thing, there's a lot of
I think people want bullshit. It's not true. Look at what you had to cite. Cite any media that you would ever read in your day-to-day life for that. Cite anything. Go call one of those people. Have one of your producers. No, you make a point now responding to it. Have one of your producers call up one of those families and tell them if they want to be listed in one of these conspiracy podcasts.
You're so sweet for saying that. You're so sweet for playing this deceptive game. I got to tell you from watching you for the last.
I
got to tell you.
I know this is not what you're used to, man. I'm sorry. It's funny. I texted with someone. Should I give them what they're used to, or should I whatever? And they said just whatever.
You know how I knew who you were the moment you walked here. You know how I knew who you were.
Because I disagree with you, man. We have too much of this involved.
Let me tell you who you are, guy. Here's who you are.
This is good media. You're getting good content.
This is who you are. You walk up here and you said, "What's your name?"
I'm sorry. I should have done that.
No. You said, "What's your name?" And then you say, "I call my friends to say, should I give these guys this?" You know the name. You know the show.
No. I was trying to find if you use your whole first name.
Hey, so it's like a
I apologize.
What's your name?
I apologize.
Above everybody
No.
else.
I apologize. I didn't know if you used.
And I was willing to give you a fair shake.
I apologize.
You walked up as an asshole.
No. I apologize. I didn't know if you used the shortened version of your name. I should have researched that.
No, you didn't say that. You said, "What's your name?"
I know, but to see if you would give me a hint about what you said.
People
do it with me when I do Tony or
Anthony. I got a good memory like you, guy. You said, "What's your name?" I said Patrick. Then you asked, "Do you prefer Pat or Patrick?" If you knew my name is Patrick, you would have eliminated one of the questions and you would have asked. So the point is, and by the way,
I was hoping you'd identify yourself.
I identify myself as a male, as a father, as an entrepreneur.
I apologize.
Go back to your question.
I apologize. Do you accept my amends? I apologize.
Sure, I respect the game. But the point I'm making to you is, if you come in like that and I'm asking you a question, you react.
You're reading too much into it. I apologize for that. That was socially wrong of me to do. I was trying to learn whether you go by Pat or Patrick. I apologize. I could have asked one of your men. I could have asked people. I apologize for that. And I hope you accept my amends for that.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Wow, what an interview right there. I was kind of pissed there at first at Patrick Bet-David for blowing on some of that stuff off as conspiracy theory, because it's really not, and it's shitty of him. And there's a lot of things he could have dove into between Anthony Weiner and Huba Abedin, but you can clearly see Anthony Weiner's a total asshat. I mean, he's an asshole. I think that guy's a fucking creep. Speaking of creeps, this is going to be very... this is a very graphic post going around. I don't know if this is true or not, but everybody seems to say it is. And this is a post from Kanye West, and this is graphic. This song is called Cousins, about my cousin that's locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Ye, and I blanked my cousin's blank till I was 14. Sorry, I can't go that deep into it. That's disturbing. I don't know what the fuck the guys ate up. But I thought I'd share that with you. Some other news stories going around. Andrew Cuomo is now being referred for criminal charges to the Department of Justice. Days ago, the White House basically admitted COVID-19 was a biological weapon and highlighted that Cuomo knowingly killed grandmothers in nursing homes. And so this from Pam Bondi. Oh, that's old. Oh, yeah, that dates back. Just an old referral about those grandmothers he was killing. He's a piece of shit. Queen Sonja of Norway has been hospitalized due to breathing problems. It's another royal one headed down the tube. Ukrainian officials released the kickback numbers they gave Joe Biden, 92 million, Mitch McConnell, 89 million, Nancy Pelosi, 86 million, Chuck Schumer, 66 million, Lindsey Graham, 82 million, Mitt Romney, 71, John Cornyn, 41 million, Adam Schiff, 62 million, Dan Crenshaw, 20, Elizabeth Cheney, 77, and Kevin McCarthy, 42 million. Wow. I wouldn't have expected Kevin McCarthy and Lindsey Graham to be on that list. Mitch McConnell, yeah. But, and maybe even Lindsey Graham, maybe, I don't know. I guess Kevin McCarthy kind of surprises me. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised, though. Disturbing. A post from General Flynn, he reposted a post from Cow Lives Matter. We need to think of universities as corporations, and corporations get bought and sold to the highest bidder, often foreigners, often not our friends. And Mike Flynn said, well stated, outside the box thinking's now required, and they're absolutely right about universities. They've become foreign entities. Speaking of which, 9 U.S. transport planes loaded with hundreds of bunker buster bombs have landed in Israel over the past few days. The deliveries reportedly prepare Israel and the U.S. for potential strikes on Iran's nuclear sites if talks collapse. That's not going to help those talks, in my opinion, but just an opinion. This post was going around. An unconfirmed report. The criminal Volodymyr Zelensky died Saturday. This is, being alleged, a rumor going around. And his body double is now pretending to be him. If we get confirmation or info that disproves what we've heard so far, we'll share it. Don't know where that pops up from or stems from, but I wanted to share it at least. And, of course, we all saw that Klaus Schwab officially resigned as the World Economic Forum's chairperson, which he had announced just a little while back. Pope dies at 88. Klaus Schwab quits on his 88th year. Coincidence. Following my recent announcement, and as I enter my 88th year, I've decided to step down from the position of chair and as a member of the board of trustees with immediate effect, Schwab said in a statement released by the WEF. The forum did not say why he was quitting. It's strange considering a few weeks ago they said the transition was expected to be completed by January 2027. Who else thinks this change after the Pope being announced dead is not a coincidence? Interesting. Yeah, I think Trump's moving in for the kill, and pray moves in for the kill. And I think they know it. And I think they're at the last of their time and negotiations, and shit's going to hit the fan, which is probably where this emergency alert system will come in after we see a first public arrest, most likely tied to Russian collusion. India is putting a 12% tariff on steel to limit cheap imports from China. It's a very good idea. And China sanctions the U.S. Congress members, government officials, and heads of NGOs for egregious behavior on Hong Kong-related issues. And I want to show one more short video real quick, and then we'll move on to Field McConnell.
Appendicitis is the result of damage done by parasites. Inflammation in the body is due to presence of parasites. The presence of parasites gives rise to cysts and the formation of tumor-like growths. Parasites can cause excitability in the sexual organs, causing masturbation in younger children. If too many eggs are given, the liver becomes changed and the host will die within 2 weeks. This test was done on mice, dogs, and children. Parasites introduced through the vagina remain alive and multiply through the body. Most of the damage done is through parasite excretions. Parasites grow quickly, and a 51-meter-long tapeworm has been found on a 4-week-old sheep. These are photos from my families. The same in humans. 31-inch worms found in 5-year-old children in the United States. These children are autistic. The use of lower animals in human healing continues. Maggot therapy and wound healing continues to be experimented on humans.
Before you throw up your supper, I'll stop that, but I'm starting to question this and wonder, are parasites responsible for more than we ever really knew in the medical field as far as severe illnesses and stuff? And if so, is that something we can cure with stuff like ivermectin? Good questions. All right, so put on Field, and then we'll go from there, folks. That's the news for today, and I'll be in the chat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Revival of America podcast. This is Jenny. I'm the owner and the host of the Revival of America. Today we have Field McConnell in the house, everybody. We're going to do a bit of a follow-up from a Friday's show, the truth about what happened on 9/11. So if you guys have questions for Field, please feel to raise your hand, and I will unmute your mic at some point in this podcast. Or if you cannot speak, then go ahead and write your question underneath his logo on the wall, and I will read those as well. Also, to everybody, please be careful who you're listening to, who you're following, and what you are putting into your mind. It is a thing out there, and I'm noticing a lot of these good podcasters that are telling the truth out there, that are legit. They're telling you the same thing. It is a scary thing, and your mind is a powerful thing. So please, everybody, be careful what you are putting into your mind and who you're following and listening to. Also, to everybody, if you come in late to the podcast, feel free to follow the podcast on the podcast hosts or the social medias, which are iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Apple, Google, Breaker, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Riverside, Amazon Music. Social medias are all verified except for 3, and that is YouTube, True Social, and TikTok right now. I'm still waiting for those. I am verifying those accounts for all of you guys to know that those are my legitimate accounts. So please, everybody, give them a follow. If you don't have any of those podcast hosts, you can follow it on the social medias, which are Jenny Jareed Facebook, at Jenny_Jareed X, at JG Reed, Rumble at JG Reed, True Social at JG Reed, Instagram, The Revival of America right here on Telegram, The Revival of America on YouTube, and then at the official JG Reed over on TikTok. I am trying to put more content over on TikTok, but honestly, everybody, I just forget that is there and that I have my account over there. So I do apologize for that. But as many of you know, I've been in a course of a move, so I'm finishing and doing all the finalizing of everything. So hopefully we will be back to normal. Well, I think this week we were going to have probably about 4 or 5 shows. So we're getting there, everybody. So bear with me. So if you hear an echo, that is what's going on. My studio isn't fully set up just yet, but it's enough to do these podcasts for you. Also, to everybody, if you have not signed up for the newsletter, please do so. It is free. It's over on the website at therevivalofamerica.com. It gives you the latest updates on the podcast as well as the weekly show lineups. I wasn't able to get that one out this week just because, again, like I said, I'm in the middle of a move. So do sign up for that, everybody, because you will get those. We send those out typically on Sundays. And then last but certainly not least, everybody, if you have a story or a journey to tell, please feel free to reach out to me at the Revival of America at yahoo.com. We'll get your voices, your stories heard, because remember, everybody, it's your voices, your stories. They're going to help shape the new world that we are coming into. And man, are we coming into it, everybody? A lot of things happening. The Pope is dead. He died today. Got Klaus Schwab stepping down on his 88th birthday. So for those of you that are having people tell you nothing is happening, we're not seeing it, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. Things are happening behind the scenes. And no, everybody, this is already done. It's already happened. It just has to play out. For those that keep saying that stuff, that nothing's happening, it's already done. This is the next scene of this movie that we are watching, hence the phrase, enjoy the show. You are watching a movie. We literally are watching the biggest production in human history. So with that, everybody, we will wait for Field to come in. He may be in here already. Let me double check, and we will get started. But please, everybody, feel free to raise your hand, and we will get your mics unmuted, and you can ask Field your questions. Or, like I said, if you can't speak, you can feel free to write your question underneath his logo on the wall. So with that, I see Field is in here. Field, I have unmuted your mic. It's weird that you come in here muted. I don't know why, but your mic's unmuted. Go ahead. How are you, Field?
Yes, I snuck in. It took a lot of help. People were giving me advice how to find my way. So anyway, I found my way to you, Jenny. Thank you for this opportunity.
Of course. I was just telling the audience before you got in here that we're going to kind of do a follow-up. I mean, we can talk about other things too as well, everybody, but I think we'd like to start out with a follow-up with the live that we had regarding Field being the original whistleblower on 9/11 and what really did happen, the truth about it. So if you guys, want to ask him those questions, we'll start out with that. And then we can kind of go into things such as the Pope dying today and then Klaus Schwab stepping down and what we could potentially see here in the coming days, weeks up to happen, and even in the financial world. So Phil, do you want to do a just a kind of follow up from our show on Friday regarding 9/11 and the truth of what happened?
I can if you'd like me to. I honestly haven't watched our show from Friday because keep in mind this past weekend was Easter weekend, and my 31-year-old daughter, her husband, there are 3 children aged 7, 5, and 3, and my daughter, who's 31, she's expecting grandchild number 4. And so I've been sort of busy. Right now I'm alone in my house enjoying a moment of peace, but I could either summarize or you could summarize or we could go straight to Q&A, whatever your professional opinion is as the best course for us to navigate. It doesn't matter to me. Over to you.
Well, I'll give the floor to you if you want to summarize, and then I do have a few questions that have already been posted on the wall. I can read those to you, and then everybody, please feel free to raise your hand if you have a question. We will unmute your mic, or I will unmute your mic. Field typically gives us 90 minutes of his time, everybody, so be mindful of that. So go ahead, Field, if you want to summarize, and then I will get these questions. I will look at these questions, and once you're done, I'll start reading them.
Okay. Well, on the morning of 9/11, I was doing what everybody else around the world was doing, watching the mainstream media in the United States. And keep in mind that my occupational background was being a fighter interceptor pilot for the Air Force. And what fighter interceptor means, it's a fighter type aircraft that's assigned to the interceptor mode or service. And the name of that service is the North American Air Defense Force. And that has Canadian and American fighter pilots that are on alert. It's like being a fireman at a firehouse, where if the klaxon goes off, you put your overalls on, slide down the pole, and get to your truck. And then when the truck has an adequate number of persons on board, that truck pulls out and goes to the scene of the fire. Well, the same is sort of the same for interceptor pilots. If NORAD, North American Air Defense Command headquarters in, what's the name of that place? It's an underground facility in Colorado. If they detect a uninvited guest into North American airspace, which could be Canada or the US, then I had to think. I thought I heard a noise outside, which I didn't. It's the wind. But anyway, they find the nearest North American Air Defense alert site to the incoming threat, and they launch 2 fighters off. And the name of that mission is ID Kill. And what that means is get out as fast as you can get to your airplane, take off, regardless of what the weather is. The weather no longer matters because the mission is more important than the weather regulations. And then fly pretty much at very high airspeed towards an intercept point. And when you get there, the flight of 2 fighters would separate, and one fighter, that doesn't matter if it's the senior guy or the junior guy, one would be assigned to go fly up to the aircraft and take a visual look at it, whether it's day or night, it didn't matter, because interceptor aircraft had ID lights, which stands for identification lights. It's like a cornering lamp on a high-end car. It's a very bright light that is pointed off to the right of the aircraft, so you can illuminate whatever you've just intercepted. And then it's up to the discretion of the pilot that does the ID part of the mission. And he's going to say one of 2 words. He's going to say friendly or hostile. And if he says hostile, he's going to light his afterburner and turn as hard as possible to the left to gain as much separation from the hostile target. And then the other pilot that would have been dropped back into a firing position for either an AIM-7 or subsequent AMRAAM radar missile or an AIM-9 heat-seeking missile. If the first pilot says hostile, the guy in the back has already been cleared to fire because they were told their mission was ID kill. And time is of the essence. So when the guy that says hostile pulls away from the target, the guy in the back, meaning not in the back of an airplane, but the guy about a mile behind the hostile aircraft is going to pull the trigger on a missile of his selection, whatever he thinks is the best. And back when I was doing this 30 years ago, the most accurate missile was the AIM-9 heat seeker. It had a 90% PK probability of kill. But if you fired 2 of them, and why not? They only cost about $100,000 a piece. And yet what you're protecting either Canada or the United States from is millions or billions of dollars in potential damages. So if it were me, I would fire 2 heat seekers because then you get a 99% chance of kill. That's called a PK. So anyway, on the morning of 9/11, based on my experience in the air defense world and also my experience with the airlines. I'd been an airline pilot since 1978, so 9/11 came 23 years later. And in that span of 23 years, I'd gotten a phone call from my sister, whose name was, and I said was because I think she's no longer among the living. Her name was Christine Marcy, and she was two things that make me very much ashamed of her lack of judgment. She was a traitor against the United States of America, and she was highly placed in the U.S. Department of Justice, which should tell all of us all we need to know about the Department of Justice as it existed in the period of 1871 to October 1st of 2024, when under Trump, we became a constitutional republic and we no longer had to live as a colony of the English fake royals. And I say fake royals because they are fake, they're not royal. And in today's news, the Pope passed away. And I find it significant that they rang a bell at the Vatican 88 times. And I'm going to give people about 3 seconds to figure that out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 88 is significant in this case because the Jesuits at the Vatican have been rumored to be allies or friends with the Nazi Party of Germany, and 88 links directly to Adolf Hitler because they would say Heil Hitler, H-E-I-L, Hitler, and both of those H's are the 8th letter of the alphabet, so 88 really points the finger right to Adolf Hitler, and he's probably the most infamous Nazi there is or was. But then one of the fake royals in England, Queen Elizabeth II, was also a German Nazi. And if people don't know that by now, you have to ask yourself, how is it you could not know this by now when it's been public knowledge for 15 years or more? But anyway, let's not worry about that. So on the morning of 9/11, knowing that I had told my sister, Christine Marcy, in December of 1988 about how to get federal prisoners back from Hawaii to the mainland, they couldn't be tried in a federal court in Hawaii, so they had to come back to the mainland to appear in federal court. And yet the airlines were playing hardball with the Department of Justice because of the factors in case of a evacuation of an airliner. You know, if there was 1, 2, 3, or 5, or any other number of federal prisoners, they would all be shackled with handcuffs on, and it would be hard for them to evacuate the aircraft. So the airlines were told they weren't going to be able to haul federal prisoners anymore. And I was well aware of this, and I told my sister, that's no problem. You can get obsolete or obsolescent airliners from Northwest. And I told her the two types that we were getting rid of then. One is the Boeing 727-100, and the second was the DC-9-30 with -15 engines and long-range tanks. And either of those airplanes could have hauled a bunch of prisoners back to the U.S. And that's how to get around the fact the airlines were not going to allow federal prisoners that were shackled and handcuffed to be on the airline flights anymore, which was probably good conservative judgment. So on the morning of 9/11, I recognized the behavior of the airliners or supposed airliners that everybody saw. Now, the real airliners had already been taken away And where did they go? They went to Whiskey 386 Alpha Airspace. Pardon my cough. And the Whiskey 386 Alpha Airspace entry point was about 60 miles east of Norfolk, Virginia. And the military commander, the guy that was coordinating access into Whiskey 386 or denying access to Whiskey 386, his call sign, and I'm not making this up, you can look it up, it's a fact, it's a matter of fact, the call sign of that military professional on that morning was Giant Killer. And it's really funny what these guys do to expose themselves. And that's where I come in because, and I'm not exaggerating, I'm not delusional. I've been doing this since the morning of 9/11. I've been asked to expose evil, and I've been very productive. And people have resented me, but the people that resent me tend to be traitors or child traffickers, many of which are in our Congress and Senate, and that they collectively could be referred to as the deep state government. And they're so despicable, and some of them have been executed, and I'm not proud, but I'm also not ashamed that I helped accelerate their execution. And two of the people that I helped accelerate the execution of were George H.W. Bush, who was the president of the U.S., which I find remarkable since he was a German Nazi. But he wasn't the first German Nazi to be in a position of the leadership of a Western nation. Queen, what's her name, Elizabeth II, was a German Nazi, and she was in charge of England. And the other guy that I helped eradicate from the world was John McCain, who sometimes he or his family have considered him an American hero. Well, they got one letter wrong. John McCain was an American zero, Z-E-R-O, and he was executed. He elected to take 2 bullets to the left temple because the United States military tribunals are very gentlemanly or ladylike. And George H.W. Bush, even though he was very advanced in terms of age, he was euthanized with a lethal injection, which is a little cowardly, but that's okay. They're all cowards. And who are they? Okay, I'll tell you who they are. They're the deep state government of the United States that was running our country into the ground intentionally while in elected positions in the Congress, and the Congress includes the Senate. And what I'm saying is that many members of the Congress and the Senate were both traitors, Traitors, and child traffickers. And does it cause me any concern to say this? No, I said it last Friday, and I'm not dead yet. So I think that the deep state and the global cabal and the fake royals and the Vatican Jesuits have learned there are certain people you might not want to engage because you might have your ass handed to you. And if somebody's going to lose their ass in a battle between me and the deep state, it's not going to be me, because there's only 535 members of Congress, and they're not all bad, but I'd say 90% of them are, because if I know they're traitors and child traffickers, they know that, and yet they're willing to cash their checks and accrue retirement value for not doing their job. So that sort of brings us up to date on 9/11. And the key point to take away from this, whether you believe it or not, is the United States government's deep state tried to vilify Muslims and Islamists and blame all of this carnage on them. And they didn't do it. They could not have done it. They didn't know about the technology. And also, Serco which is a very corrupt English-French organization. They're not too bright either. They did not know that the Boeing uninterruptible autopilot, which was used to steer the airliners or the drones involved in 9/11, Serco over in England and France, they were, and I believe they are, evil, but they're not even good at being evil because they didn't know there was a backdoor in the BUAP, Boeing uninterruptible autopilot, which, by the way, was not a Boeing part. It was a General Electric part, and the cowards at General Electric have subsequently changed their name from General Electric to someone else. And I don't even know what their name is. Somebody in the chat room does, and maybe they'll post it. But one of the major stockholders in the new General Electric is BlackRock. And if anybody does not know about BlackRock, you need to investigate who they are and what they do. And I'll just help you a little bit. They help undermine the security of the United States of America, and they help support the people that are willing to try to destroy our own country and have been doing it for a long time as the shadow government. And they're doing it even though they're being paid to be congressmen or senators. And each one of those parties is known to the military white hats. And each one of those parties, if they don't seek a plea agreement to spare their life and to surrender their retirement, then they're probably going to be executed, and they should be executed anyway. Because on the morning of 9/11 alone, they killed 2,998 innocent people from a variety of countries, most of which was the United States of America, but there were Europeans, Africans, people from the Orient, allies of ours and friends of ours that also died. And I still haven't found the picture of the little girl who, when the United States government, meaning the deep state, meaning the corrupt bastards, and I'm being kind. I said corrupt bastards. I didn't say what I was thinking because there's ladies here. But the people that did 9/11, by and large, were American deep staters like my sister, like George H.W. Bush, like John McCain, like both Bill and Hillary Clinton. And by the way, the Clintons are not Clintons, they're Rockefellers. And if you've not heard that before, look it up. Find out who Bill Clinton's biological sperm donor was. It was a Rockefeller. And it was a Rockefeller who was the governor of Arkansas back in 46 or 47, who impregnated Bill Clinton's mother, who I think was from Hot Springs. And I'll bet there were some hot springs in that bed after one of the Rockefellers impregnated her. And that's a conjecture. I don't know. But his name was Winthrop Rockefeller. And so anybody that doubts what I'm saying to you, I don't blame you, because when somebody gets this information for the first time, they don't want to believe it. And I don't want to believe it either. It's been quite an emotional burden for me to know this for 24 years. And what makes me more emotionally saddened is I've made this information available to the United States government since the morning of 9/11. And yet here we are towards the end of April of 2025, and the truth of 9/11 has not been promulgated around the world. And those days are soon to be over. Donald Trump has promised to declassify 9/11, and I can't wait for him to do so, because I would almost expect a phone call, because my track record on 9/11 truth is very mature. And I'm not saying I'm mature, but I've been saying the same thing since the morning of 9/11. And yet it hasn't gotten through the military industrial complex of traitors. That's my choice of words. That's not Dwight Eisenhower's choice of words. But Dwight Eisenhower, as he was leaving office, which probably would have been in late 60 or early 61, he said to beware the military industrial complex. I think maybe Dwight Eisenhower should have been more direct, but maybe he knew that he would be killed if he told the truth. Just like John F. Kennedy was killed because he told the truth. And, in the Bible, it says, the truth will set you free. Well, the Bible is not limited by the deep state of the American government traitors. That's my choice of words. Traitors, traitors and child traffickers. That's who infests the halls of Congress. So that's a thumbnail of what happened on 9/11. And I'll just finish with a very somber note. When the U.S. state or deep state government wanted to take all the evidence away from World Trade I, World Trade II, including 2,998 innocent victim humans, they hauled all of the debris, DEBRIS, to the Fresh Kills landfill just off the coast of New York City. And there was a little girl, I think she was about 4. I haven't found the picture yet. It's out there on the internet and it'll get to me, or I'll get to it. The little girl was holding a sign outside the Fresh Kills landfill, which would be called a garbage dump. And her handwritten sign said, "It's very hard for me to talk about this. My daddy is not garbage." And she was being respectful and resolute, and she was about 4. And if a little 4-year-old girl can say, "My daddy is not garbage," how come it's taken 24 years for the United States Congress and senators to grow some balls and support that little girl and honor her father, whoever he was? And I'll just stop right there, Jenny. That's sort of a thumbnail sketch of 9/11. And if people want more details, they can just keep listening to you, Jenny, because I'm not going anywhere. And the truth does not change. So over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Fields. So you briefly, you spoke on George H.W. Bush. So I have a question here. It's a 2-part question for you from Steeple Jack. It says, you hinted on Friday that you thought George W. Bush was part of the White Hats. How could this be if he was a part of Skull and Bones from Yale? So that's the first part. You can answer, and then I'll read the second part.
I don't recall saying George W. Bush was a white hat. What I might have said, that maybe if I didn't state it clearly, George W. Bush, the younger Bush, who was the president on the morning of 9/11, he was removed from the White House by his father, George H.W. Bush, who was a retired president or former president, but George H.W. Bush was not an incumbent. And so why in the world was he in the White House on the evening of September 10th and the morning of September 11th? Until proven wrong in a court of law, now that we have constitutional court as of the 1st of October of 2024, it's my opinion, and I believe it's a fact, and I believe it's a fact that could be proven wrong, but I don't know how, because I do not believe I'm wrong. But George H.W. Bush got the details of how the Boeing uninterruptible autopilot worked and what its capabilities were. And George H.W. Bush got those details from my own sister, Christine Marcy, and her counterpart, in Pizzagate and Pedogate, Hillary Clinton. And people, they sometimes say, "Oh, Field, you should shut up. You're going to get killed." Well, I've been saying this for 24 years and I'm not dead yet, and I'm not going to be quiet. So, no, I don't think I was quoted accurately by calling George W. Bush a white hat, but I think he was, I'm not going to be vulgar, but I think he was taken advantage of by his father, G.H.W. Bush, who then, along with Hillary Clinton and the deep staters, they covered up what was really going on 9/11, and they wanted to blame it on the Muslims and the Islamists because by the testimony of a highly placed four-star Army general whose name I can picture him, I just can't remember what his name is. But he said the plan during the run-up to 9/11 and the subsequent days or weeks after 9/11, they wanted to go into 7 foreign nations and pretty much destroy them. And those nations would have included Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, maybe Kuwait. I don't know. It's a matter of history, but I don't, once I believe I know well what the history is, I sometimes will freshen my memory up, but I seldom get it wrong. And one of the ways I believe I can prove that I'm not wrong is I'm still alive. And they just love to kill whistleblowers. Unfortunately, sometimes they don't kill them fast enough. And that's why I'm speaking to you today, Jenny. And I hope to speak to you next week, too, because I'd like to hang around. I sort of enjoy being alive. And this is Easter weekend. I have had my 31-year-old daughter, her husband, and their 3 children, age 7, 5, and 3, here celebrating Easter, which is resurrection, which means Jesus Christ died and then he was resurrected. And I wonder how many of your listeners know what day Jesus Christ was born on. Jenny, that's a tough question. But you might know it, or somebody in your chat room might know it, or maybe I should just tell everybody right now, because it's very germane to what we're talking about.
It's been said it's 9/11.
Yeah, that's right. Now, that's got to shock some people, because we've been told that he was born on Christmas morning and he died on Easter. Well, way back when in history, we went from the Julian calendar to a Georgian, I think that was the name, calendar. So a lot of the dates got confused. And I'm not being unkind to Israel, but if you want to see the value of confusion, Israel's motto used to be, "We will wage war with deception." And a very good example of that is when, and if my brain was a little less tired, I could tell you exactly the date that the USS Liberty, which was an intelligence gathering ship, was attacked by the Israeli Air Force during a time of unrest. The Israeli Air Force airplanes were repainted in Egyptian colors and insignia, and that was Israel trying to deceive the world as they attacked basically an unarmed, antique, obsolete transport category ship that was intelligence gathering. And I don't think that's very gentlemanly. I think if Israel wants to attack America, use your own planes. Don't try to blame it on the Egyptians, because you never know who's watching. And sometimes people that were watching back then are still around. And maybe I'm one of them. Maybe I'm not. We'll find out. But Israel wanted to get into a war involving Egypt and the United States. Well, it's a little late for that, Israel, because your aircraft commanders, meaning the fighter pilots in your aircraft, when they found that the target ship had an American flag, they questioned the kill orders and they said, we just found out this is an American ship. We don't want to attack it. To which, and I can't promise this is 100% accurate, but it's 95% accurate. They said the command to destroy the ship stands, as if the command structure of the Israelis Air Force was saying, yeah, we know it's an American ship, destroy it. And there was also an American submarine submerged. Oh, thank you. Yeah, my family just got back from a shopping trip. Yeah, and back to what I was saying, there was a U.S. submarine off the top of my very tired head. I think it was called the Amberjack. It was submerged, and it was within range to launch a torpedo. And Secretary McNamara and President LBJ had commanded the Navy command structure. If the Israeli fighters, painted up like Egyptians, couldn't sink the USS Liberty, that the Amberjack was supposed to fire a torpedo at it. And Jenny, do you know if I've ever explained this on your show before? Because I'm getting to a critical point.
No, I don't think you have. I don't think you have.
Okay, well, the Israelis couldn't sink the Liberty, so they had to go to the backup plan, which was the Amberjack, which was submerged within lethal range, and they fired a torpedo. But just like on a human body, the rib cage is the structure that keeps our flesh where it's supposed to be, and it protects our vital organs. And the torpedo hit the equivalent of a rib and bounced off the ship. And so even though they tried to kill innocent Americans, they didn't get it done. And I think the date of that attack, I'm pretty sure it was 1968. And I'm guessing it was 1967?
Yes, I just looked it up for you, Field.
Thank you. Can you tell me the date? Was it June 7 or 8?
You're good. It says June 5th through the 10th, 1967. Liberty was attacked with multiple, it was attacked on June 5th through the 10th.
And guess what? They didn't sink it, did they? Go ahead.
No, you're good. It gives you that 5-day range right there.
Okay. Now, I don't think there's any way you'd know this unless you looked it up. But do you know the link between John McCain, the senator that was executed, as well he should be, he was a traitor, but do you know the link between Senator John McCain and the USS Liberty?
No, you can share with us.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd know it. And I'm not looking down on you. In fact, that's a perfect opportunity to say, no, I'm looking up on you. I find you a very accomplished podcaster that is not afraid to let the truth be told on your shows. John McCain's own father, who was John McCain Sr., he was a 4-star admiral. He was assigned to cover up the crimes against the USS Liberty. And believe it or not, there are still some surviving crew members of the USS Liberty. And I've reached out to that community and I've shared the truth with them. And, you know, if Donald Trump wants to declassify 9/11, maybe he'd also be willing to declassify the USS Liberty. And that brings me around to one more evil McCain. In 1942, and it was on a date in August, and it was the Battle of Savo, S-A-V-O Island, and that there was a narrow passageway between Savo Island and California Island, And John McCain's grandfather, who was also a four-star admiral, had been directed by his military chain of command to sanitize, Sanitize, that body of water between Savo Island and California Island. And he blew it off because that McCain, just like the other two, was a complete loser. And he disregarded a direct order to sanitize, which means keep the Japanese Navy out of that strait, Strait. And he didn't do it because he was too lazy and a coward and a traitor. But see, that's what the McCains, all three of them, had in common. They were traitors to America, and 2 out of 3 of them got promoted to four-star admirals. And the only one that didn't get to be an admiral was Senator John McCain. And it's my opinion, as somebody who flew a lot more than he ever flew, that he was a horseshit pilot and pretty much a bad person. Now, that might sound judgmental, but I didn't just fall off the avocado truck. So I've been doing this for a long time. I believe everything I've spoken in this thumbnail sketch of 9/11 and the USS Liberty is extremely accurate. Jenny, over to you.
Thank you, Field. Thank you for always sharing your knowledge. I appreciate it. Okay, here's the second part of that question from Steeple Jack. It says, do you think Tucker was formerly CIA and has flipped as I remember seeing a video of him calling people who questioned 9/11 as being parasites?
I don't know the answer to that question, so I'll thank Steeplejack because it's quite rare, and I'm not being a snob, but when I've been broadcasting on Jenny's platform for the last 2 years, I'll bet there's only been 5 times where I could not answer a question because I didn't know. But we can certainly find out. Tucker Carlson and Representative Kurt Weldon, 1 week ago today, on Monday of last week, they put out a show about 9/11, and that's exactly why Jenny invited me to come on and talk on her platform on Friday of last week, because we were trying to piggyback or take advantage of the synergy or the synchronized timing between Tucker Carlson and Representative Kurt Weldon. And for the people who don't know the significance of Representative Kurt Weldon, he was very aggressive when a senior member of the House of Representatives. He was very, very senior, and he was totally focused on exposing 9/11. So what the cowards in the deep state government, and when I say cowards in the deep state government, I'm being redundant, because if they weren't cowards, one of which is my own sister, they wouldn't have been serving the deep state. They would be upholding their oath to the Constitution as members of Congress and Senate. But by and large, they didn't do that. They're a bunch of traitors that are motivated by money, and there's a lot more money in child trafficking than there is in being a congressman or a senator. So I do not know the answer to that question, Steeplejack, but I'm intrigued by the possibilities. And so now I'm going to invoke the power of Jenny's chat room, which I find to be a collection of many, many people, measured probably in the thousands of people that are very good investigators, or 9/11 sleuths, SLEUTHS, not like the deep state, which are 9/11 sluts, SLUTS. And a slut can be male or female, and it means somebody that will do anything for money. If you're trying to destroy the United States of America for money, at the same time you're trafficking children around the globe for money, you've got a pretty formidable enemy, and it's the opinion of that enemy that you guys are all going down. DOWN. And, I sometimes talk as a Marine, which isn't popular among non-Marines, although it's very popular of the widows or the children of fallen Marines. And there's one such 91-year-old Marine that sort of likes the way I talk. And I won't mention his name, but his daughter is listening to this broadcast right now. And I won't mention her name. The names don't matter. God knows the names. God knows my name. I know God's name. I work for God. He asked me to expose evil. So I'm just going to ask Jenny. Jenny, if God asked me to expose evil, do you think he's happy with my effort so far?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I think he is too, because God has blessed me over and over in many ways. And I would have to have another 5 shows to explain all the ways God has reached out to me and said, well done. And he says it quietly. He didn't want everybody to hear that. But if you look in the Bible at Psalm 94:16 or Ephesians 5:11, both one's in the Old Testament, one's in the New Testament. It's interesting. The book of Ephesians is really the book about the battle for good versus evil, that's the battle we're in right now. And the good guys are winning, not the evil parties. You can look at my own family. I'm on the good team. My only sibling was, past tense, on the evil team. And I don't think she's around anymore. And yet I'm alive and kicking. And I am very blessed to be allowed to come speak on Jenny's platform. And the thing I like best about Jenny's platform is not Jenny, although I have great respect for her. It goes to 100 countries. Many of those countries have a large Muslim population. And I think I'm a subject matter expert. That's SME. I believe that I'm a subject matter expert on the truth of 9/11. And if somebody came up to my office door right now with an Uzi and said, you got one chance to retract any statements that you've made, I would probably say, fuck you. But here's one more. The Muslims had nothing to do with 9/11, and the United States government, deep state, violated the 9th commandment, where it says, do not bear false witness against your neighbor. And our neighbors are Muslims, Islamists, people that don't believe in God, and people of every faith system. And yet we all have to find a way to respect each other, and we have to find a way to cooperate, and we have to find a way to protect our children, protect our families, provide for lodging, provide for good food that's not poisoned like it is in America. How's that for a new subject? And that's not something I'm unaware of, Jenny, or I wouldn't have said it. But there's a lot of stuff put into the American food that is not allowed in Europe. Well, if the Europeans are smart enough not to poison the Europeans, why is it that the United States of America and the food industrial complex, why are they trying to poison us? I would invite them, honestly, to come to Plum City and try to poison me. And then when I rose up on the 3rd day and I was alive, they'd have to swallow hard and say, we probably should not have come here. But anyway, enough about me, Jenny. Over to you.
Thank you, Field. Okay, since we're talking about 9/11, this is from Steve Godfrey. What is your assessment of Ashton Forbes and his orb theory of MH317? Or it's MH17, right? Is that yeah?
Are you talking about Ashton Forbes?
Yeah, and then he's asking, Steve Godfrey's asking, is this by chance an obfuscation to provide cover for 9/11? I probably I mispronounced that word, but yeah, that's from Steve Godfrey.
Yeah, well, Steve, thanks for that question. That's great. Ashton Forbes is a blithering idiot, which, I'm not being critical of other idiots or other people that blither, but Ashton Forbes presents himself as the original relator of the truth of MH370. He's full of bovine excrement. I'm the original, and I am, and it can be proven. How can it be proven? Take a look at the time that MH370 landed at Diego Garcia on the morning of the 9th of March of 2014 and taxied into a hangar that prevented satellite or aircraft surveillance. Nobody could see it, but it was there. It set the parking brake remotely. It shut down the engines remotely. And when the British, American, and Israeli government officials went up to open door one left on the Boeing 777, they didn't get a signal from inside. The senior flight attendant, male or female, doesn't matter, should have given them a thumbs up signal, which means that the evacuation slide has been safetied, meaning it's not going to deploy. And then the people on the outside of the aircraft could open the door. But they never got that signal, so they opened the door anyway. And when they went into the MH370 aircraft, and just to frustrate Ashton Forbes, I would challenge Ashton Forbes to tell me what the identification number on the left side of the nose gear door was on the morning of 9 March 2014. And I'm not going to help him because he needs the help of a psychiatrist. And I'm not a psychiatrist. But I put out at about 3 hours after the aircraft was landed safely at Diego Garcia, I put out a YouTube called The Boeing Uninterruptible Autopilot. And my diagnosis was accurate and sad. The people who did MH370, and notice for the record, I haven't said Serco, S-E-R-C-O, yet. Oh, I slipped. Yeah, Serco is the biggest company you never heard of, and they wanted to control the world. And I don't think they want to do that anymore. I think they've been beaten over the nose, just like a dog who's got an angry master with a rolled up newspaper. And Serco's primary stockholder is Prince William of England, and he's a fake royal. He's married to Kate Middleton, who, when she was ostensibly pregnant, she used a prosthesis that sometimes got moved off to the left side or the right side of her tummy. Good luck with that, Kate Middleton. Good luck with that, Prince William. And Prince William's father is not the delinquent. And that's my choice of words. That's not Jenny saying that. That's me, Field. Prince Charles, who somebody would like to say, Field, you're dated. His name is King Charles. I said, not to me, he's not. The only king I've ever been aware of, and the only king I elect to serve, is King Jesus. So that puts an end to the fake royals, as far as I'm concerned. But on the morning of MH370 landing safely with 239 corpses on the aircraft, why is it this Ashton Forbes continues to lie? Is it out of ignorance or malfeasance? He can't be that ignorant. I mean, he apparently can put his shoes on in the morning. I have not seen a picture of him with no trousers, so I think he can get dressed before he comes out of his dwelling. But he certainly doesn't know his ass from third base about MH370. And furthermore, Ashton, just before I make your name go away forever, did you or did you not, Ashton, in March, late March of 2014, did you or did you not accurately predict that the aircraft used for MH370 would be flown remotely from Amsterdam to Donetsk, Ukraine, where it would be destroyed with not only the 239 victims of MH370, but also roughly 40 fresh kills? And when I say fresh kills, I'm talking about Caucasian bodies that had no blood in them. And those Caucasian bodies were wearing winter clothing, even though they were flying down to the south of the equator in Kuala Lumpur during the hot season. And how many bodies with no blood in them have ever boarded a jet airliner in the history of jet aviation, going back to the 707 and the DC-8? And by the way, for people that don't know a lot about aviation, which is Serco, they certainly don't know their ass from third base, or Ashton Forbes. I don't know what he knows. I know he doesn't know the truth, but there's never been a human that walked onto a jet airliner, and that was a song by the Steve Miller Band, I think. Big old jet airliner. Anyway, it's very rare that a corpse walks onto a jet airliner and then is on board when it's blown out of the sky over Donetsk, Ukraine. And yet, regardless of how I forecast that, in mid to late March of 2014, I told the internet that the original MH370 and all 239 corpses would be on that aircraft when it was blown out of the sky over Donetsk, Ukraine. And if anybody thinks I'm bragging about me, Field McConnell, you're wrong. I'm bragging about God. God does not like the shedding of innocent blood. God does not like dishonesty. And God will stand by the people who are willing to expose evil for the kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of God on earth. Over to you, Jenny.
Amen to that. Thank you, Field. All right, we're going to go to some questions here. Some hands were raised. So, Cal, your mic is unmuted. Go ahead and ask Field your question.
Hi. I've been reading books of this historian that he's been telling that Hitler was really fighting against Stalin and the Bolsheviks, who were actually the ones that murdered the Romanov family. And from what this man writes in his books, he makes it out that Hitler was really fighting for the German people. He really wasn't the big evil person they made him out to be. And he even lists in his books letters that Hitler wrote in his diaries and letters that alluded to this. But it looks like they made him out, if this is true, to be almost like the Trump of today, that he was the big bad evil person. And so I get confused with the word Nazi because they make him look like he was bad if this man's books are true. And I think it was opposite of what we've been taught. Do you know?
Okay, are you asking me if I know?
Yes.
Okay. The short answer is I do not know the bottom line to what you asked me, but I do understand the nature of the question. So let's do this in a series of steps. The Romanov family that was murdered in 1918 by bad elements of the Russian government. Do you know, I think your name is Cal. I don't know. I'm not good with names. And I certainly don't want to know the names of any ladies because I'm a widower and I might be attracted to somebody's intellect, sort of like I am to Jenny's, but she told me to buzz off. And so I learned my lesson. But anyway, do you know, Cal, who Melania Trump is descended from? Which family in Russia?
The Romanovs.
Yes. And they had 7 children. And when the Romanov family was to be eradicated, they killed the mother, the father, and 5 of the 7 children. And 2 of the children escaped. How they escaped, I don't know. But it almost has to be that there were some very respectful, responsible Christian servants in the Russian command structure that provided for the safety of those 2 little girls, one of which was Melania Trump's grandmother. Have you heard that story before?
Yes, I have, and I learned that from you.
Oh, well, thank you. And, be careful learning stuff from me, because I always try to tell the truth, but I always caveat that with, if I'm saying what is a prognostication or a suggestion. In other words, if I don't know it's a fact, then I will admit I do not know it's a fact. So let me get back to the extermination of the Romanovs. And before I do that, I want to thank God. Dear God, thank you. And I want to thank President Trump. Dear President Trump, thank you. President Trump, thank you for protecting Melania. And God, thank you for protecting Melania's grandmother and Melania's, I guess that would be a great aunt, the sister to her grandmother. Because when these bad Russians wanted to eradicate the Romanovs, probably because they were Orthodox Christians, that's a probably, that's not a statement. But they were so evil that after they killed the 5 children and the 2 adults, then they put them into an open pit fire, whatever you want to call it, a place where you could burn things, and they poured gasoline all over them so that their bodies could not be identified. I think that is extremely evil. And if I had been around in 1918 and I'd been over there as a tourist, I would have liked to try to interrupt that, even if it cost me my life, because there's more good people in the world than bad people. And the bad people are generally well known to the intelligence and military apparatus of any country. And such had to be the case in Russia. And so the elimination of the Romanov family is exactly like 9/11. It was a failure. 2 of the Romanov children survived, one of which is Melania Trump's grandmother. And President Trump and Melania, God bless you both. And if I have spoken something that's inaccurate, you know how to find me. I'm in Plum City, Wisconsin, and you certainly have the ability to get my phone number, which I'm not going to publish, not because I'm a coward, but because I work 18 hours a day, and I'm going to work until I drop. And God himself has been very, very kind to me in more ways than I could even express, but he's sent me an angel. And of course, I have another angel up in heaven. My wife from England died of thyroid cancer 5 years ago when I was being held unlawfully in Florida with the contributions unlawfully of the 17th District of Florida courts and Governor Ron DeSantis. See you later, Ron. You're done. And Governor Tony Evers of Wisconsin. Now, that was a short run, Tony, but you're done. These people that want to deny American citizens the right to freedom of speech, why would they want to do that? Aren't we Americans, or aren't we Canadians, or aren't we UK citizens, or aren't we French, German, Swedish, Russian, Ethiopian, Yemen, Saudi Arabian, Iraq, Iran? Aren't we? I'll even throw in a side order of Turkey, because I've been to Turkey. I was very well treated in Turkey, and I happen to like their food. But this is not a diet show. It's it's a show to expose evil, and that's that's my that's my goal. I've been asked by God to expose evil in Ephesians 5:11 and Psalm 94:16, and I'm not dead yet. And yet, other truth tellers, including Bill Cooper, look that name up. William Cooper, he allegedly was shot and killed by two sheriff's deputies in Arizona. And he did 20 years ago what I've been doing since he died. I've sort of picked up the mission and I've tried to do it my way, which is a great song written by Paul Anka, who is a Lebanese Canadian. And it was made popular first by Frank Sinatra and then Elvis Presley. And sometimes, if you're trying to emulate some other person that has the nerve to speak the truth, you have to do it in a way differently to what they did that got themselves killed. And I have a medical, well, in my house right now, I have my daughter who's a vet tech, and she could come in here and say that under penalty of perjury that my father, which is me, of course, is alive, and I am alive. But anyway, the question that you asked me, I think didn't you ask me about the Romanov family, or was that a tangent to what you asked me?
Well, I asked you if you had known anything about if Hitler was really not the bad culprit that they taught us he was. And he was fighting against Stalin and the Bolsheviks and what was happening in Russia. He was totally against that. And this man puts all his, he's got a lot of letters in there. And he says in his books that he writes, you know that you have the right receipts and truth because at that particular time in history, when people wrote letters or put things in their diaries, you could confirm them to be true. And I do know that the ones that killed the dynasty of the Romanovs by his books, they were very, very barbaric, just awful. So I don't know if that's true about Hitler really not being the bad guy they taught us. It's almost parallels, if it is true, like they've always painted Trump, and we're almost living a reenactment all over again right now.
Yes, I see what you're saying, and I believe that it's extremely likely that your understanding is accurate. But now I'm going to ask you a question, young lady. When the Pope died today, how many times did they ring the cathedral bell over in the Vatican area? Do you remember how many times they rang the bell?
I think you said it was 88.
Yes, and 88 stands for Heil Hitler. And so, because H is the eighth letter, and Heil Hitler is what everybody said when they were pledging loyalty to the Fuhrer, Adolf Hitler. And so I've just learned something, and I'm 75 years old. I've learned that I've got to find that book and read it so I will be more well-informed the next time I get to a serious question like this. But I think it's entirely possible that Hitler was a good guy. And what I know firsthand, even though I only know half of it, I know who got Hitler out of Germany safely. And young lady, have you heard me explain that on a Jenny show yet? Who got Hitler out of Germany at night on an aircraft because the Russians were coming to kill him?
No, I didn't hear that, but you certainly are putting my question in my mind to be true of what I'm learning here. But it's just amazing the lies that have been given to us, and we believed it forever and ever.
Yes,
So,
and
Cal,
what did Donald Trump? Oh, go ahead, young lady.
No, this is Jenny. I just wanted to reiterate to Cal that yes, it is being put out there and said quite often about Hitler not being this quote unquote bad man that they had portrayed him to be. So I would definitely keep doing that research because I've done some research on it as well, and it looks to be that way as you are speaking on.
Okay, well, Jenny, go ahead, young lady.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
That's good. Go ahead.
I thank you for the confirmation on this because I believe everything you've taught us. I believe Jenny brings the truth with you, and this only confirms what I've read from this man and his books, and he is a plethora of information.
Well, thank you very much. And, I've tried to inform people that have a desire to learn as much as I could tell them. But a lot of what I tell people comes from people like yourself that open my eyes. But when the Vatican rang a bell 88 times today, 88 is H. Heil Hitler. And Hitler, now I'm going to give you a little history lesson, and you might already know it, young lady. And if you do know it or don't know it, it doesn't matter when I'm done getting this out awkwardly, you will know it. The Royal Navy, that means the Navy of England, when it went over to help Hitler escape the Russian troops that were coming to kill him, there were two people that escaped. There was Hitler and his finance director, whose name I just cannot remember. And I've even looked it up. But if I find it, I'll publish it with Jenny. But the Russians wanted to come and exterminate Hitler and his finance director. And they didn't get it done. And I don't like using the term military hero. Yeah, like John McCain, people in America still blindly think he was a hero. He was really an incompetent pilot. And I went to the Naval Academy I was 13 years behind him, but he had to have a tutor just to pass the basic subjects. And they never would have given him a tutor and graduated him if his father and grandfather were not both four-star admirals. They were named McCain. Okay, and earlier in this show, I explained how John McCain's grandfather at the Battle of Savo Strait, S-A-V-O, Strait, S-T-R-A-I-T, in August of 1942, and I think I stopped short of saying this, that complete inept traitor, John McCain's grandfather, caused the greatest loss of gross tonnage of U.S. Navy ships and the greatest loss of lives of U.S. Navy sailors and officers in history, and yet he was a four-star failure. And John McCain's father was a four-star failure. He tried to cover up the USS Liberty, and the USS Liberty involved the contributions of corrupt leaders like LBJ and the Secretary of Defense, McNamara, who arranged to have the USS Amberjack sitting within torpedo range so that if the Israeli aircraft painted in Egyptian colors could not sink the Liberty, which they did not. And there was some heroic activity by very young sailors that prevented, and I didn't finish that story, so I'll finish right now. When they were getting shot up by the Israelis fighters, a cable that conducted AC, alternating current, to the radio equipment and the command, it's called the bridge of the USS Liberty, they could not communicate. And a heroic young 20-year-old sailor saw the arcing, meaning the electrical discharge against grounding metal, And at total disregard for his own life, he went and got that cable plugged back in, which meant on that day in 1967 that they could transmit a plea for support. And I'm getting goosebumps. Honestly, I'm so glad we started this conversation. The very first ship that responded to the extremis, and extremis is a legitimate maritime word, and it means extreme death. We need support immediately. The very first ship to respond to the USS Liberty was a Russian Navy ship that said, I paraphrase, I wasn't there, I don't speak Russian, but they were at flank speed, or depending on the Navy that you might serve, they might call it, rather than flank speed, they might call it wartime power. But the Russians said, USS Liberty, this is the Russian Navy vessel, blah, blah, blah. We have turned to a course to intercept you, and we are operating at max speed, and try to defend yourself, and we will be there to take out the people trying to defend you if you can't get it done. Now, if anybody thinks that Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump aren't on the same team, well, you're wrong. And Russia has been an ally of the United States since the Civil War. And I'm talking now as Field McConnell, private individual, no relationship to Jenny, but I've communicated twice with Vladimir Putin through a third party, meaning the Russian Air Force attaché in Washington, D.C., because there were two cases where Russian airplanes got shot down. In one case, it was because of the orders of Warren Buffett. How's that for a little new vein of intelligence? And then the second time was on a Christmas where the Russian troops were entertaining somewhere in Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, but I think it was Iraq. The Russian band and choir were on I'll think of it here, it's the equivalent of a 727. And that was shot down and destroyed. And it had to be friendly fire. And a friendly fire can either be meaning Russians shooting down a Russian airplane, or Russian chain of command giving the information to some rogue nation to shoot it down. And on those two occasions, I sent the information to Vladimir Putin, and I want to point out two things. I'm not dead, and I'm not in a mental hospital. Now, was I arrested on November 4th of 2019? Yes. Why was I arrested? Because I know too much. And I've got two words for people that think that's a bad thing, and I'm not going to say them because there's ladies here. But I'm not afraid to speak the truth. I'm afraid of what happens to all of our countries if somebody doesn't speak the truth. So when it comes to the truth of MH370, MH17, 9/11, the United States Senior Executive Service, Circle, and I'm forgetting one of my key themes, but I know a great deal about the transgressions of the deep state government of the United States of America. And notice I didn't say anything about Mitch McConnell or the fact that he's a coward and a traitor. I didn't say that at all. And if somebody changes this tape and they inject those words into the record, oh, okay, well, that's okay. I still said I didn't say it, even if I did. I would say that in a court under oath with the penalty of perjury. So I do appreciate your questions. I do think that today, when they rang the bell 88 times at the Vatican, that is somehow related to Heil Hitler HH, the eighth letter, 88. And so I find all this stuff remarkably supportive. And so I just today, based on that one question from this one young lady, I have a totally different viewpoint of Hitler, but also something I haven't expressed yet because I talk too much. The guy that from the Royal Navy, the commander, whose name was Harold S. Goulding, Goulding, a Royal Navy commander who got Hitler and his finance director out of Berlin before the Russians could kill him. Guess what the Guess what the UK government, meaning the English government, did to Harold S. Goulding? Okay, I'll tell you. They killed him 3 days after the operation to get Hitler and his finance director out of Berlin. And so if there's anybody, I doubt if there's anybody, because I'm 75 and these people would be 20 years older than me. But the people who wanted to kill Commander Harold S. Goulding, you might have thought you got away with it, but don't think so fast. There's still a few good guys around. Jenny, over to you. And would you thank that lady whose name I think was Cal, but she had some good questions.
Yes, thank you, Cal, for your questions. And thank you, Field. All right, everybody, I've got 8 more minutes, so I'm going to go with Apogee. Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead, and then we'll round out with Derek French. So go ahead, Apogee. You can ask your question to Field. Go ahead, Apogee. Your mic is unmuted. Hit the blue button. All right, Derek French, go ahead. Your mic is unmuted.
Thank you, Field, for all you do and your vast amount of knowledge. I will affirm I'm a born native of Arkansas. Winthrop Rockefeller was Bill Clinton's sperm donor. He was governor of Arkansas in 1966. And Chelsea Clinton is not Bill Clinton's daughter. Just maybe you knew that, maybe you didn't. And GE was renamed in 2024 or General Electric was renamed to GE Aerospace. My question, though, has to do with this psyop we're living in right now. The Pope died. Klaus Schwab stepped down as the chairman of the WEF, which it has to do with finances. And I know Jerome Powell's on the chopping block, which has probably already been done because the Fed was absorbed by the Treasury in what I've read. Now, my question is how close does this put us to the RV blessing? Thanks for all you do.
Well, first of all, I was listening to everything you said. Thank you for confirming who Bill Clinton's sperm donor was, Winthrop Rockefeller. And as far as who Chelsea Clinton's sperm donor was, it was a guy that had a very large lower lip, just like Chelsea Clinton had. And I never can remember. Yeah, but what was his name? Was it Webb Hubble?
Webb Hubble, yeah.
Yeah. So these people, and notice for the record, I didn't say assholes. I said these corrupt people that think they got away with it. Well, they haven't gotten away with anything. And if there's a Bill Clinton or a Hillary Clinton or a Chelsea Clinton alive today, they should really enjoy as many milkshakes as they can enjoy, because they won't be alive much longer, because the good guys outnumber the bad guys. And, I think that if you think back to Bill Cooper from Arizona, there's people that wonder if I was a protege of his. And I just asked a young lady in England to be my archivist because I can't even keep track of myself. And her code name is Angel Mother. And I'm going to go over and share some notes with her in the next 10 days in England. And so that's like my throwing a gauntlet down, letting England know, if you don't like my big mouth, go ahead and kill me when I come through Heathrow, but I'm coming anyway. And they haven't killed me yet, and I'm not worried about that. But how come it is that private citizens like this lady, Cal, that just asked the last question, and Jenny and myself, all the three of us, none of us are working for the United States government. I did work for them for 26 years, but I realized I was pissing up a rope because they didn't want peace. They didn't want truth. They wanted control. And I would just reach out to them now and saying, for you deep state and cabal survivors, if you think you can control me, then you probably should do it fairly soon, because one of two things is going to happen. You can control me, or I can control you. And that's the only two things that can happen. So I really appreciate your comments about Arkansas and about Chelsea and about Hubble and about Winthrop Rockefeller. And by the way, just to titillate you further, sir, I was the captain of a DC-10 one night I think I was going from Amsterdam to Memphis. But I had a passenger on there. I met him at the Blue Room, which means the first class bathroom. Blue Room is because of the blue water in the latrine. And we just started a chat, and it didn't take more than one or two sentences for me to pick up on his accent. And I said, any chance you're from Arkansas? And he said, yes, I am. I said, is there any chance you know who Bill Clinton's biological sperm donor was? And he said, yes, it was Winthrop Rockefeller. Now, that took place on a Northwest airliner when two geriatric men are standing in line to void their bladder. How's that for politeness, Jenny? Void my bladder.
Oh, there you go, Field.
Yeah, but see, that's the advantage when somebody has an airline career. You get exposed, not in that way, of course, but how about F. Lee Bailey? Anybody remember F. Lee Bailey, who was involved in the O.J. Simpson trial?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I met him standing in the line to get into the Blue Room of Northwest DC-10, and I recognized him right away. I knew who he was. He didn't know me from dirt, but I just said to him two code words. I said, F.J. Fury, Semper Fi. And he knew what that meant. I was talking about the Navy or Marine model of the F-86, and Semper Fi is Semper Fidelis, which means always faithful, which means Marines. So F. Lee Bailey, the attorney, knew that he was talking to a friend and an ally, even though he thought, this is really weird. We're standing in line to void our bladders, and we're discussing some stuff that is unknown to many people. And we were, but that's been my whole life. You know, I've been very blessed by God, not by me, not by my friends, certainly not by the United States government, who, as recently as November 4th of 2019, tried to intimidate me into shutting up. I don't have that gear. It's like an automatic transmission. Park, reverse, neutral, drive, low. I don't really have a park. I really don't have a neutral, but I've got to drive, and I'm driving and striving for the truth. And so I want to thank Jenny right now for allowing me to bring my version of the truth, which I think is 93.75% accurate, because even if I'm inaccurate on occasion, usually your guests are polite enough to say, Field, I think you need to take a look at this. So I take a look at it, and then I change what I'm going to talk about next time. Over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Field, and we appreciate your wealth of knowledge. You definitely are getting a lot of truth out there, I think, that a lot of people didn't know. So I want to say thank you for doing that. And everybody, thank you for once again being here. Field is with us every Monday. We're going to possibly try to get him on a little bit more. So stay tuned. We'll keep you posted on that. Derek Johnson will be back with us later on this evening at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So come back and join us here, everybody. Wednesday, we will have Alpha Warrior over on my X Space, and then we will have Silk as well. Talking to Juan, trying to get him on. He's pretty tough to get, but he's a busy guy. And then going to try to get Rubber Duck and then Josh from Red Pill podcast on as well. So with that, everybody have a great day. We'll talk to you soon. And Field, we'll see you back here on Monday.
Yes, I can't wait. Thank you, Jenny, for the opportunity.
Of course, and we'll talk to you on the backside in our little chat. So with that, everybody, God bless you. We'll see you back here for Derek Johnson, and have a great day. Have a great evening wherever you're at. And once again, God bless you all. Take care, everybody. Goodbye, Field.
Yes. Goodbye, Jenny, and God bless everybody, especially the people that brought intelligent questions that challenged my brain. I appreciate that. That's how I learn. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Love it. Bye.
He kind of cracks me up, I swear. So, Field McConnell on the Revival of America podcast. And if you're not following them on Telegram, you should. A couple things I want to look at really fast here that came up. Texas Republican now fighting for her life after knife attack at her home that left her husband dead. Longtime Denton County official is in critical condition following a violent knife attack in her Lewisville, Texas home that also claimed the life of her husband. Bobby Mitchell, a Republican county commissioner, was seriously injured during the early morning assault on Monday. Her husband, Fred Mitchell, tragically died at the scene. Authorities are continuing to investigate the incident, and further details about the circumstances remain limited at this time. So that was from this morning. That's pretty messed up. It's a violent attack right there. Beginning May 7th, Americans and permanent residents will only be able to pass through airport security or enter federal government buildings if they have a real ID. I know a lot of people don't like the sound of this, But Juan told us, though, that they were going to have to do something like this if we were really going to. I think it's more about securing the elections, but I hope I'm right on that. Post from Trump. I'm doing what I was elected to do, removing criminals from our country, but the courts don't seem to want me to do that. My team is fantastic, doing an incredible job. However, they're being stymied at every turn by even the U.S. Supreme Court, which I have such great respect for, but which seemingly doesn't want me to send violent criminals and terrorists back to Venezuela or any other country for that matter. People that came here illegally, the courts are intimidated by the radical left, who are playing the ref. Great Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito correctly wants to dissolve the pause on deportations, and he is right on this. If we don't get these criminals out of our country, we're not going to have a country any longer. We cannot give everyone a trial because to do so would take, without exaggeration, 200 years. We would need hundreds of thousands of trials for the hundreds of thousands of illegals we are sending out of the country. Such a thing is not possible to do. What a ridiculous situation we are in. And yes, that's a situation that Joe Biden and the Democrats created. That's on them. And now they're bitching and whining about how we're cleaning up their mess. They should have handled it properly when they had the chance, right? Fox News this evening was talking about Pope Francis, and they actually brought up the red shoes, and you guys know about those.
Not to draw a lot of contrast with him and Benedict, but I remember this story, too, that Benedict wore the red shoes, and Benedict, who was Joseph Ratzinger from Germany at the time, and he chose to wear regular shoes. And a lot of people outside the church may think, well, that's no big deal. But the symbolism that so many of these decisions carry for 1 billion Catholics around the world is really significant. I'll just leave you with this one thought. Once we get past the funeral for Francis and we get into the conclave that was shown in Hollywood over the past year and a half, there's going to be there will be a lot of wagers as to who should succeed him. And I would just offer one thought in this. There is going to be a lot of pressure to bring the church back to Italy. There's going to be a lot of pressure to elect the next pope.
Now, here's my theory, guys. I don't think the church recovers. Just on stuff related to the Q posts and stuff like the Pope's going to have a really bad May and the people that followed him will pay for it type of whatever. What if we see a lot of corruption start popping up out of his death and we don't end up replacing him? Maybe the whole church goes down. I don't know. We're going to talk. They're already involved in some trouble connected to Israel and then a hack into Italy. We're going to look at that real quick, and then we're going to talk about that white rabbit.
Earlier this week, we learned that Israel and the Vatican were implicated in a major blackmail scandal. And today we learned that the Pope has died. But what many people don't know is just how controversial Pope Francis was. And that in 2018, he oversaw a sex scandal so wide and so large that every bishop in Chile was forced to resign. Every bishop in the entire country resigned. And all of this was fallout of the sexual abuse scandal and cover-up of Bishop Juan Barros. And Barros was appointed by Pope Francis. And he wasn't the only one with that type of issue close to the Pope, as in 2019, the third most powerful man at the Vatican would be convicted of abusing a minor. And the story would only get stranger from there, as Pell's conviction would be overturned. And then it was alleged that Pell was actually framed by rivals within the Vatican, because Pell had allegedly discovered all of this other financial corruption within the Vatican. And the guy who allegedly tried to frame him was convicted of financial corruption. And I don't know what to make of what, as I'm not claiming to be an expert on Vatican politics. But what I am pointing out is that it is politics. The Vatican is politics, one of the most powerful political structures in the world. And it is susceptible to corruption the same way governments are. And just like governments, once the corrupt people get in, they just appoint more corrupt people. And now we have breaking news about this blackmail scandal. And I'm telling you, all of you should check out this video on YouTube because it's crazy. And this is nothing against Catholics. I was raised Catholic. I think so many Catholics are wonderful people. But I didn't think that this guy is wonderful. And call me jaded, but I don't like anyone who claims to be a gatekeeper between people and God, because God is beautiful and God is everywhere around us. And when you become a parent, you will see God's glory in the eyes of your children. And for anyone out there that had a bad relationship with the church, with a priest, they are not God. In fact, bad people who take those positions are the ones who are really using God's name in vain. And in my opinion, they're serving.
I don't know how anyone that claims to be connected to God could turn around and abuse children. How? It's just such pure evil, and that's exactly what it is. It's just evil. Pure evil. I want to look into the white rabbit here last before we go tonight. Let's take a look.
Tonight, on the cusp of a momentous two-night WrestleMania, the superstars of NXT UK take center stage, ready to make history. It's NXT UK Prelude.
And it was like a prelude to WrestleMania. They had an NXT UK, right? It was called the Prelude, and it was done on April 8th. So, April 8th, Prelude.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
Good morning. We're coming on the air right now because we have just learned from Buckingham Palace that Prince Philip, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, has died at the age of 99.
It was NXT UK. Prince Philip? Because remember, they announced him on 4/9. Next day. So, April 8th, Prelude.
This is BBC News from London. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
How much money do you think that cost?
You know, the new general manager that Vince wanted to appoint, I'm not going to appoint a general manager. Nope. I'm going to instead appoint a celebrity host every week. Every week. No general managers. Who wants general managers? It could be some great-looking actress.
Yes.
But every week there's going to be somebody different. I don't believe in general managers, all right?
You like that? I do.
Please welcome Betty White.
News at this hour, we have just learned of the passing of the beloved entertainer Betty White at the age of 99.
May 8, 2010, Betty White making history at the age of 88, becoming the oldest person to host Saturday Night Live.
Called the event on Saturday, November 5th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, known as WWE Crown Jewel.
Hello, Fireflies, and welcome to our very mad tea party!
In a statement, the palace said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
WWE presents Clash at the Castle. From the ashes, a new hope arises.
You better summon the British Army.
A son of the United Kingdom. Roman, you're coming to my island in front of my people. Who the are you?
Why, I'm the friendship frog, of course. And I believe that true friendship lasts forever.
We're here.
Is that so? Indubitably.
We won't keep up too much of your time. We know you have a lot to get ready for. Again, welcome to the bump for the very first time. This is your 17th WrestleMania tonight. Man. 17th. But probably one of the most unique matches of your entire career. So,
And even the storylines throughout the whole thing. Finishing moves.
Kennedy Sr.'s first foray into the movie business came about in the 1920s. In Hollywood, he would later open his studio, FBO, with another to create Radio Keith Orpheum, eventually known as the big-name Hollywood studio RKO Pictures.
Even the times of the bout. There's nothing that I could say that, well, there's nothing that anybody could say that could tell me any different. So when was I?
No matter what has happened lately.
The president warning the risk of nuclear Armageddon has not been this high since the Cuban Missile Crisis, amid the threats from Vladimir Putin.
All over. It's going to be like the Cuban Missile Crisis was in Cuba.
President Biden saying the threat of the use of nuclear weapons has not been this high since Kennedy and Cuba.
We still have each other. We will always have each other. As a matter of fact, I feel great. It's going to be a brand new start for all of us here. A new season, new friends, and a brand new me.
It has been confirmed, as you've seen by the title of the thumbnail, by WWE themselves, that Bray Wyatt has been released.
Is
no more.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Everything will be fine because he will return. He shall return. No more clout chasing. No more clout chasing in this here simulation. The fun house will be big. It will be bad. It will be strong. See ya.
Your thoughts on this madness here in Los Angeles? What an unbelievable day.
In the fire, he was destroyed. But in the future, he will be reborn.
I feel reborn. Yeah, I feel reborn. Here you huskies! Oh, yeah! Big old!
Makes you larger and one pill makes you small. And the ones that mother gives you don't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet.
There will come a time when you believe that everything
right now, I believe
is
that
finished.
every single conspiracy theory, even to date, all is connected.
But that is the beginning.
9/11, JFK assassination, Princess Diana. I believe every single one of those conspiracies is all connected.
To Fox! And welcome to the season premiere! A new season of Friday Night SmackDown! I think this could be a brand new start for all of us here.
All right, Bobby, what's with the BK stuff? What you mean? All of a sudden now he's BK Wall Street? What's up with that? I wonder how things are going today in the market. What market? The supermarket? Supermarket?
You think it is or not, it was an awful day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average losing 1,300 points here on the day.
The Fiend was just trapped. But you can't trap people forever.
All of my true friends.
Yeah, it's not exactly what I thought it was, but it's kind of out there, really. It's all right. It's by Vincent Kennedy, I think. He posted it. Dan Scavino posted this, bunny with the thumbs up. I like, though, how they used the brown rabbit this time instead of the white rabbit. No more white rabbit. I think there's something symbolic about that. This is kind of an interesting picture I came across, too. Red tie, the tip of the spear. It's kind of cool, isn't it? It looks like the Space Force logo. And you got, what is that, Diana and John Kennedy Jr. and pretty cool picture I came across I wanted to share with you. And then one more posted by Doc or DQ, Doc Holiday. Have you ever prayed to remember who you are, like really prayed about it, and to remember everything? Try it. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Is that like saying we have past lives to remember? Don't know what to make of that, but I wanted to share it with you. Other than that, I think that's all I got for tonight. Maybe we'll watch that Derek Johnson tomorrow or something. There's another series I found that we're going to watch at some point here called A Stolen History. And it looks interesting because it talks about the alleged destruction of the old world. If you know what I mean, kind of, I don't know, like you'd say, erasing the Tartarian history and all this type stuff that people talk about. So I thought it might be interesting at the very least. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got tonight, guys. It's been a good show. It's been good having you here and seeing all of you. I appreciate all of you sticking around. I made a little outro for you. God bless you guys. I love you. I will be on tomorrow. I think. I have seen that Thor. Oh, the news update was the stabbing of the Republican commissioner, Gingeroo. There's a lot of news today. I don't know. I think it's going to keep flowing and flooding and getting interesting. I would say we're deep into the point of no return, if that makes any sense. And if not, I leave you with this. God bless you, and I love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Another one bites the dust. Ow! Another one bites the dust. Hey, hey! Another one. one bites the dust.
Don't look so sad. I know it's over, but life goes on, and this old world will keep on turning. Let's just be glad we had some time to spend together. There's no need to watch the bridges that we're burning. Lay your head up on my pillow. Hold your warm and tender body close to mine. Hear the whisper of the raindrops blowing soft against the window, and make believe you love me one more time. For the good times. I'll get along. You'll find another, and I'll be here if you should find you ever need me. Don't say a word about tomorrow or forever. There'll be time enough for sadness when you leave me. Lay your head up on my pillow. Hold your warm and tender body close to mine. Hear the whisper of the raindrops blowing soft against the window, and make believe you love me one more time. For the good times.
Hello. So good to see you. God bless you. And good morning. How are you?
Find yourself.
Good. Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter to you, Father. Wonderful. I know you've not been feeling great, but it's good to see you in better health.
Grazie. Grazie, Santo Padre.
Thank you.
These are for your children.
Okay, thank you. Pray for you every day. God bless you.
Io prego per lei ogni giorno, che Dio la benedica. Grazie, Santo Padre.
Happy Easter.
This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be? So limitless and free, desperate of some stranger's hand in a desperate land.
My fellow Americans, at this holy time of the year, families across our nation gather in homes, churches, and synagogues to light candles and to praise God. During the sacred holiday of Passover, Jewish families around the world give thanks to God for liberating the Jewish people from bondage in Egypt and delivering them to the promised land of Israel. For Christians, we remember the suffering and death of God's only Son and his glorious resurrection on the third day. On Easter Sunday, we proclaim with joy, Christ is risen. Both of these sacred celebrations remind us that God's love redeems the world. Almost 3,000 years ago, the prophet Isaiah wrote, "Darkness covers the earth, but the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. For the Lord will be your everlasting light." In America, we look to the light of God to guide our steps. We trust in the power of the Almighty for wisdom and strength, and we praise our Heavenly Father for the blessings of freedom and the gift of eternal life. Happy Passover, happy Easter. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
I've wept for those who suffer long, but how I weep for those who've gone in rooms of grief and questioned wrong, but keep on killing. It's in the soul to feel such things, but weak to watch without speaking. Oh, what mercy sadness brings, if God be willing. There is a train that's heading straight to heaven's gate, to heaven's gate. And on the way, child and man and woman wait, watch and wait for redemption day. Fire rages in the streets and swallows everything it meets. It's just an image often seen on television. Come leaders, come ye men of great, let us hear you pontificate. Your many virtues laid to waste, and we aren't listening. There is a train that's heading straight to heaven's gate, to heaven's gate. And on the way, child and man and woman wait, watch and wait for redemption day. What do you have for us today? Throw us the bone, but save the plate. Oh, why we waited till so late? Was there no oil to excavate, no riches in trade for the fate of every person who died in hate? Throw us a bone, ye men of great. There is a train that's heading straight to heaven's gate, to heaven's gate. And on the way, child and man and woman wait, watch and wait for redemption day. It's buried in the countryside, exploding in the shells of night. It's everywhere a baby cries. Freedom